The prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our King, to his government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Honorable members, we will be now led in the singing of our national anthem by Nicole Williams. I invite you to participate in the language of your
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free.
Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors.
Honorable members, this morning I have the privilege to meet with a very special guest who is joining us now in the Speaker's Gallery. Please welcome the British Consul General, Mr. Jonathan Turner, and he is joined by Ms. Caitlin Boyd, Head of Science, Climate and Energy at the British Consul General. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Introduction of guests.
Honorable members, this afternoon I'd like to welcome a group of grade 9 students and their teacher, Shayla Westman, from the outstanding constituency of Olds, Didsbury, Three Hills, Dr. Elliott Junior High School in Linden, Alberta. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly. The member for Edmonton Millwoods has 2 school groups, I believe, to present.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to introduce not just 1 but 2 school groups today. I would like to welcome from Grace Martin School the grades 4s, 5s, and 6s, led by their teacher Siraj Hussain, and from Tapaskin School, the grade 6s with their teacher Adrian Sui, students who I recognize from visits at Read-In Week and school visits and community events. Please rise and accept the warm welcome of this House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce to you and through you to the honourable members of this chamber, members of the Premier's Council on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Rochelle Venn, Josie Nepanek, Cheryl Yucatel, and Mika Otway. Please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre. Do you have a guest? The honourable member for Grand Prairie has a guest. Correction, my fault. I bet you have member statements, though. The Honourable Minister of Airdrie East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise and introduce to you and through you and to all members of this Assembly, actually constituents of yours, Mr. Speaker, but they are local business owners in the great riding of Airdrie East. Their businesses rival axe throwing. We shared a parade float last weekend for the Christmas parade, and it was super fun. Bullseye every time. Please rise and welcome Jenna and Camera, Asher and Eleanor Storms, and Joni Daly.
The honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
I'm so proud to introduce the fabulous Margaret Mooney. Margaret was the artistic coordinator at the Citadel Theatre from 1965 to 1998 and is a talented visual artist who has exhibited internationally. She's also the coolest person that I know. I just presented Margaret with the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal. Please rise, Margaret, and accept the traditional warm welcome of this House.
The honourable member for Goldbar.
The legislature today, I'd like to ask that they stand as I introduce them. Lynette Young, Charda Barrett, Donna Mendelson, Neil Connor, Joyce Kinkle, Christina McCharles, Dale Christian, Jody Young, Tony Blake, Ian Skinner, and Mike Northcott. If you could please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of these.
The Honourable Minister of Forestry, Parks and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to introduce to you and through you to all members of the Assembly, Tim Arnold. Tim is a prominent businessman and volunteers in his community often. I've had the pleasure of getting to know Tim in the local coffee shop in Three Hills and can say that he is now a proud Conservative after a short stint a long time ago with the Liberals. But that's what the coffee shop guys like to tease him about anyways. But please rise and receive the warm welcome to the Assembly.
The honourable member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so proud to introduce to you and through you Marion Brandt. Marion is the Executive Director of the Edmonton International Street Performers Festival and has had a long career growing the arts in Edmonton. Please rise and accept the traditional warm welcome of this Assembly.
For an irrigation.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honor and privilege to introduce the Legislative Assembly, the chairs of the Alberta Wheat Commission and the board of the Alberta Barley Commission. We have in attendance Tara Sawyer, Greg Sears, Todd Ames, Devin Hartzler, Sean Jacula, Connie Matson, Tom Steve, Shannon Sarita, and Siada Karam. Please stand and accept the warm welcome of the House.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park.
I am pleased to introduce to you and through you to the legislature members of the Alberta Funeral Service Association that have joined us here today from across the province. Eden Toronjo, Tyler Weber, Tracy McPhee, David Root, and Stu Murray. Thank you for all the important work you do helping grieving Albertans across this province. Please arrive and receive the warm welcome of this House.
Are there others? Seeing none, the clerk.
Ministerial statements.
The Honourable the Minister of Indigenous Relations.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to talk about a national crisis, a crisis that we have the power to change. Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited people are falling victim to an alarming level of violence across our province and our country. Earlier this year, Rebecca Contos, Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myron, and a woman whom elders named Buffalo Woman lost their lives at the hand of an alleged serial murder in Winnipeg. These Indigenous women, like too many others, had their lives cut short. Between December 2021 and March 2022, 5 Indigenous women were killed in Alberta. All of these women were people with hopes. They were people who were loved. They were mothers, daughters, sisters, and aunts. And now they join the thousands of Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited people who have been murdered in this country. May we all honor them in our efforts to bring an end to the crisis of violence against women. It's time we stand in solidarity to stop this violence and the killing of Indigenous women, girls, and make this province a safer place for everyone. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for keeping the red dress on display in the Queen Elizabeth II building for the past 3 years. The dress is a reminder to members and visitors about this evil and a tribute to Indigenous women and girls whose lives have been lost. Mr. Speaker, every Canadian woman deserves safety and a chance to fulfill their dreams. Sadly, Indigenous women experience much higher rates of poverty, and they are more likely to suffer at the hands of their partners from domestic abuse. They are more likely to be forced into prostitution, making them vulnerable to monsters like Robert Pickton or the aforementioned accused serial murderer in Winnipeg. Tragically, the homicide rate for Indigenous women is 6 times higher than the rest of the population. More work needs to be done. We need the right resources in place to create safer conditions. I regularly meet with female Indigenous leaders in my office who provide important supports to vulnerable women in our province. Mr. Speaker, there is an enormous need to provide the support for Indigenous women and girls and two-spirited people who seek freedom from dangerous situations. Time and again, the federal government has said they will be there for Indigenous people, particularly when it comes to reconciliation and to ending the crisis of missing murdered Indigenous women and girls. They talk a big game, but Mr. Speaker, this is a story we've come to know all too well in Alberta, a story of empty promises. Promises are empty if there's nothing to sustain them, to follow up, and that is absolutely the case here. There is simply not enough funding from the federal government, and women's lives are at stake. If there ever was a time to step up, this is it. That is why, Mr. Speaker, Alberta has joined the cause for safety. We are working across government to implement the Alberta Missing Murder Indigenous Women and Girls Roadmap to address violence and to increase the safety and the economic security of Indigenous women and girls. Additionally, the new Premier's Council on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls is an Indigenous-led group that will give advice and recommendations directly across to Alberta's government to help make our province a safer place. Their work has just begun, and it is the kind of work that will affect every part of our government. It's my hope that all levels of government across Canada will take note of this incredibly important work and follow suit. Members of the Council are here in our gallery today, and I'm honored to be in their presence. I've got to know them all, and their stories are heartbreaking. Their expertise and their commitment is much needed. May we all follow their lead in creating a safer, more secure future for Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited people across our province and our country.
The honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood to respond.
If you won't search the landfill, then we will. Those are the words of Kiara Harris, the daughter of Morgan Harris, who was murdered by a Winnipeg serial killer along with 3 other Indigenous women. Morgan, Mercedes Myran, Rebecca Contois, and one other woman who, at the request of elders, we will now refer to as Buffalo Woman instead of Unidentified Woman. Until her name is known, we honor her. My heart breaks for all who knew and loved these women and for their communities that bear the grief daily. This is not an isolated case in Manitoba, but a systemic issue that continues to occur across this country. Indigenous women and girls are 12 times more likely to be murdered or go missing than any other women in Canada. 12 times. And according to the Native Women's Association of Canada, Alberta has the second highest number of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirit people across our country. We must do more. Multiple governments, both federal and provincial, have launched panels and working groups. We must all push so that their recommendations become implemented. We must acknowledge that the murdered and missing Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirit crisis is rooted in Canada's historical and ongoing abuse of Indigenous peoples, and that the inaction of the police when family members report missing relatives has only fueled the crisis further. This has to stop. Kiara and the many family members have been clear. They are fed up with a lack of action. It's time to listen to those words. It's time to act.
Member statements.
The member for Grand Prairie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As others have risen today to speak, I will do the same. There remains a crisis in this country of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. The recent devastating murders of Rebecca Contois, Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myran, and Buffalo Woman by an alleged serial murderer in Winnipeg highlight this sad and continuing phenomenon. Mr. Speaker, according to Statistics Canada, homicide rates for Indigenous women and girls are at minimum 6 times higher than for non-Indigenous women and girls. Attacks on Indigenous women and girls represent attacks on personhood, on womanhood, and on Indigenous identity, and they must end. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the Government of Alberta appointed the Alberta Joint Working Group on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, or MMIWG for short. This group was formed of Indigenous community experts and advocates for the rights of women, along with members of the Legislative Assembly, including myself. As a woman and mother from the North, being appointed to this working group and walking alongside these women was a tremendous honor. Since submitting the working group's final report, 113 Pathways to Justice, an Alberta MMIWG roadmap was created and is in ongoing implementation, and a newly appointed Premier's Council on MMIWG was formed. The council members are leaders, experts, and advocates for violence prevention and family members of missing and murdered Indigenous women and 2S+ people. Mr. Speaker, Alberta's government remains committed to the safety and dignity of Indigenous women and girls, and we will continue to work tirelessly towards the prevention of violence perpetuated against them, investing in the resources these women need, like shelters, housing, and health supports, in order to end this devastating cycle of violence. To the families of the missing and murdered, I say you will not be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is International Universal Health Coverage Day. Every December 12th, we take the opportunity to raise awareness for the need for a strong, resilient healthcare system and universal health coverage. But this year, I want to use it to talk about Alberta's healthcare system and the threats that it faces, most prominently from that side of the House. First, it should go without saying that Alberta has the finest frontline healthcare workers in the world, bar none. They've been faced with huge obstacles, unfathomable pressures and crisis after crisis, but continue to go above and beyond to protect our hospitals, clinics, EMS, really every aspect of patient care. But they've had to deal with a government that has accused them of being entitled and overpaid, even accused them of manufacturing a capacity shortage. They've had to deal with a government that threatened them, mused about slashing their pay, threatened to fire them, or chose to ignore them. A premier that would rather lend credibility to a conspiracy theorist who called vaccines a bioweapon than encourage Albertans to simply get their flu shots. So on International Universal Health Coverage Day, I want to promise those fighting for our public health care that help is on the way. In May of 2023, they will have the chance to vote for a government that supports health care for all, not a premier that considers making you pay out of pocket to see your family doctor. A new government that will work with frontline health care workers and launch the largest recruitment campaign in Alberta history to ensure they are supported. We will end the UCP's accusations, blame, and insults, return to science, stability, and support. Alberta healthcare is for all Albertans, and they should be able to access the care they need whenever and wherever they need it. The UCP has failed to deliver that, but an NDP government will not let Albertans down. We will end the chaos in Alberta healthcare. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Mr. Speaker, Gull Lake is one of the province's most beautiful and visited lakes. It is home for some Albertans and a major tourist attraction and economic driver with many campgrounds and beaches. Its preservation is of the utmost importance. For decades, the lake's level was declining until a pumping system was installed in the 1970s, bringing in water from the Blindman River to ensure the water level of Gull Lake remained stable. This system worked. Gull Lake's water level stabilized. The lake now faces a new threat. Invasive species, fish in this case, are a problem across our province. Invasive Prussian carp are now in the Blindman River, the source of the lake stabilization pumping program. Pumping has been suspended to avoid pumping carp into the lake. These are aggressive fish that reproduce extremely quickly, making them incredibly dangerous to native species. The Gull Lake Watershed Society, with the previous Ministry of Environment, has been seeking a solution. With the help of Stantec Engineering and the department, a series of pilot projects were done to discover a filtration system that would safely allow the pumping to resume and keep Prussian carp out of Gull Lake. The most recent pilot successfully filtered out carp and, more importantly, their eggs at the necessary volumes. For the health of the lake ecosystem, native species survival, preservation of many acres of wetland, beautiful beaches, tourism economy and property values, restoration of the stabilization pumping system is essential, and not just for this lake. Invasive carp are a threat to much of Alberta. Filtration is the best solution so far. For the protection of these pristine natural ecosystems, I call on the government to pursue the work that has begun, find a solution to restoring Gull Lake stabilization pumping and protecting it from invasive carp species. Thank you.
Honourable members, before oral question period begins today, I have a brief statement I would like to make. I'd like to bring to the attention of the Assembly an incident that has taken place. As I understand it, photos were taken in the chamber last week and later shared on social media. Members will know that there is a long-standing prohibition against taking photos in the chamber, as indicated in the procedural memo, which I sent out to all members prior to the start of session. Page 9 of the memo reads, any use of any recording device, camera, or pager, either as a standalone device or active on a member's mobile device, is not permitted in the chamber at any time. Previous speakers have been definitive in their approach to this matter, as Speaker Kowalski indicated on November 25th, 2010. The transgression goes to the very heart of the integrity of this Assembly and the right of its members to do their work and security and the privacy of members in this Assembly. Cameras and the taking of pictures are strictly prohibited in this Assembly. You may find these remarks on page 1478 of Alberta Hansard from November 24th, 2010. I would add to those remarks that members, as elected officials to this Assembly, have the right to privacy and to work unimpeded. They must not be interfered with in doing their work as members. I will leave you with this thought on the matter, as Speaker Kowalski had said. If members would like to have a picture of themselves in the chamber, contact my office and we will arrange it. The time is oral question period, and the leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Dangerously sick or seriously injured Albertans are waiting longer than ever for an ambulance to arrive, thanks to this UCP government's war on health care. Today, our caucus released a FOIP that shows the number of unfilled shifts for paramedics in Calgary and area has exploded, almost doubling since the spring. Paramedics have called for 3 things to fix this crisis: offer everyone a permanent full-time contract, get crews off shift on time, and expand harm reduction efforts. To the Premier, why has this government refused to listen to these
The Honourable the Premier has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the reason why we put Dr. John Cowell in place as official administrator. I can tell you what frontline paramedics are telling us. Number one, they have told us that they don't want to be sitting for their entire shift at emergency waiting rooms, unable to drop off patients. That's one of the things that we're going to be addressing. They want to make sure that they have more authority to triage and treat on site. These are highly trained workers, and they shouldn't have to feel like they have to transfer a patient to the hospital every time that they can treat them with the oversight of a medical professional. And we're going to make sure that with dispatch, we do more step down to 811, so we take less pressure, put less pressure on the hospitals.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, none of those solutions sound like what the paramedics have publicly called for in the light of day. Now, meanwhile, the departure of the chief paramedic last week pushes the ambulance system in even deeper into crisis. It's been almost a year since the UCP commissioned an action plan, months since the report landed on the minister's desk, and the government is idle and the report remains hidden. To the Premier, these delays put Albertans' lives at risk. Paramedics have told us what needs to be done. Why is the Premier refusing to listen to them?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must tell you, Dr. John Cowell's been on the job 3.5 weeks, and one of the things that he's told me in my conversations with him is that he says that AHS is performing better than he ever could have imagined. He's got great confidence in Mauro Kies as the leader of the departments, not only on the issue of dealing with efficient ambulance service, but also dealing with emergency room wait times. And next, he's moving on to looking at the surgical backlog. Those are the 3 priorities that we identified. Those are the 3 priorities we're working on, and we're going to make progress.
You're the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the FOIP shows that this UCP government has made progress in doubling the number of cancelled shifts since the spring in Calgary and area. Meanwhile, Dr. Trevor Tiemann, former head of the Health Quality Council of Alberta, former registrar of the College of Physicians, says our Bill 201 would move the healthcare system closer to meeting Albertans' expectations. Albertans expect an ambulance to show up quickly, and our bill would address that. With this shocking new data released through FOIP, will the Premier agree to debate the Public Healthcare Delivery Act today?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we're in agreement in this chamber that we needed to take action. This is the reason why we put Dr. John Cowell in place as the official administrator, so that we could fast track and move very quickly on the issues that have been identified. We are moving quickly on them, and we're beginning to see results. In fact, I was speaking with the health minister, and I understand that we have more paramedics on shift now than we ever have in our history. The issue that we have to address is the issue of making sure that we retain our paramedics. We have to make sure that they have an environment that supports them, and that's what we're working on doing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition for a second set of questions.
Well, Mr. Speaker, according to a report released yesterday by Ernst Young, Alberta drivers are paying more auto insurance than other Canadians. A young male Alberta driver who's new to the road will pay more than $5,900 for his insurance. That's $700 more than he'd pay in Ontario, $3,400 more than he'd pay in BC. Fact is, ever since this government removed the rate cap, Alberta drivers are getting taken to the cleaners. Why does the Premier think young Albertans should pay $3,400 more than in BC to insure their vehicles that they rely on to get to work every day?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the Finance Finance Minister answered this question many times before, and I think what he has pointed out was that the rate cap was not as billed, that we still ended up seeing an increase in insurance premiums. Look, I have appointed a Minister of Affordability and Utilities, and if there are issues that we need to address across the whole range of affordability issues, he's been empowered to do that. And if he identifies issues in auto insurance or home insurance that we need to address, then we will. But we have to maintain confidence in our investment environment here. And doing that means that we don't keep on messing around with the rules of the game.
Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Most expensive car insurance in the country, and she won't take responsibility for it. Now, another case study in the EY report looks at a 30-year-old woman with a 14-year driving experience who was recently at fault in a car accident. In Alberta, she now pays more than $4,800, while in BC, she would pay just $2,000. That's right, more than double what she's paying that here. Doesn't the Premier see that auto insurance rates are out of control and they are hurting affordability for regular Albertans? And if so, why is there no action to deal with that in so-called inflation plan?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, once again, in 2018, under the NDP's rate cap, premiums went up 5%. The 12-month change in insurance premiums as of the end of November this year is 2.37%. Now, it may well be that we have to take a look at what is happening at different age groups, and I'll take a closer look at the E&Y report to see if there's anything that we have to address. Our Minister of Affordability and Utilities has been charged with the task of looking at a whole range of issues to support those who are going through this difficult time of inflation, and we're going to make sure that we address these issues as they come up.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, once the cap was removed, insurance went up by more than 30%. Now, there's a long history of insurance lobbyists helping members of this government get elected. And the reward? The UCP immediately removed the 5% cap and rates shot up 30% or more. Insiders get the green light to rake in profits, and Alberta drivers get run over in the process. This report makes it clear Alberta drivers are paying thousands of dollars more than they should be every year. Why won't the Premier stop standing up for her lobbyist friends and start standing up for Alberta drivers?
Honourable the Premier.
I think there's a little revisionist history going on here, Mr. Speaker. The NDP rate cap was hard on Alberta drivers. What they forget is that drivers had to pay the full year's premium up front rather than monthly. They were denied collisions and comprehensive coverage, and they were not able to access coverage.
Order. The Premier has the call.
And they were not able to access coverage through their broker. As insurance companies severed contracts with brokers, you ended up with people who weren't able to get insurance at all. Out of 2.7 million insured vehicles, 53% had more than a 5% increase during the 5% rate cap. That is the history that we saw.
The Honourable the Member for Edmonton Rutherford is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Premier claimed on Thursday that she had a new constructive relationship with First Nations, but today we learned the actual truth. A senior staffer in the Ministry of Indigenous Relations office stated that consultation on the Sovereignty Act was, quote, non-existent, end quote. That same staffer reported that they had attempted to raise the concerns of First Nations with Cabinet, but that idea got, quote, zero support from leadership, end quote. Why is the Premier so opposed to hearing from First Nations?
The Honourable the Premier has the call.
Mr. Speaker, we did have a conversation about whether the Act needed to be further amended to underscore that Section 35 rights were protected. And I pointed out that in crafting the bill, that was the foundational principle. Under Section 2, sub C, it says that nothing in the Act abrogates or derogates from the rights of Aboriginals and their treaty rights as defined in Section 35 of the Constitution. The point I was raising is that we already made sure that that was built and embedded in the Act, and as I've been talking with First Nations chiefs, that's the point that I'm making with them.
The Honourable the Member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That same staffer also reported that Indigenous Relations Minister, staff and ministry had been shut out of the drafting of the bill from the start. And it doesn't stop there. Another Indigenous Relations staffer spoke out saying that the Premier tried to slough off the concerns about zero consultation with First Nations. Expecting Indigenous Albertans to forget about their legal right to be consulted is a level of arrogance that I would not have expected even from Jason Kenney. What other instances of violating the rule of law in the Sovereignty Act was the Premier hoping would blow over?
The Honourable the Premier.
We have a robust process internally for analyzing bills. It includes our Cabinet Policy Committee process, our Cabinet process, our caucus meeting, our Legislative Review Committee. There is lots of opportunity for people to engage in. The point was we already had a recognition that the bill had to comply with Section 35 charter rights, which underscored the treaty and Aboriginal rights of our First Nation citizens. And I've had some great conversations in the last number of weeks as we signed an MOU last week with the KTC Council on mental health, and we're going to do more of these kinds of things.
Well, member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These staffers were concerned and spoke out because they're watching the government's relationship with Indigenous communities go up in smoke, something that this Premier either doesn't understand or doesn't care about. Indigenous Albertans can't trust a Premier who decides if or when their legal rights are applied. Premier, prove me wrong, stand up in this House, apologize for this illegal imposition of the job-killing, undemocratic Sovereignty Act on First Nations people, and withdraw this bill before it receives legal assent.
The Honourable Premier.
I can tell you what First Nations talk to us about when we talk with them. They talk about having support for mental health and addiction. They talk about the fact that there's 78% of our kids in care, that we're now going to support them in transferring services to First Nations and be supportive of that. They talk as well about bringing gasification to our rural communities so that they don't have to rely on propane, which is incredibly expensive and unreliable. They also talk about how we can work together on developing economic corridors and identifying protected lands together, and they're looking forward to working with us. Those are the things that we're going to partner with First Nations on, and I can't wait to get started.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Boular-McCall.
In or out? That is the question being posed publicly by Barry Cooper, the chief architect of the Premier's job-killing, undemocratic Sovereignty Act. He went on national radio last week to threaten that either the federal government bends to the will of this Premier or there would be ground to vote on Alberta separating from the rest of Canada. The Premier has claimed her widely criticized bill has nothing to do with separatism. Why then is a key advisor and the writer of her awful legislation saying the exact opposite?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member will note that Barry Cooper doesn't sit in this Cabinet or in this caucus. And even though the Alberta Sovereignty Act was inspired by the Free Alberta Strategy, when I looked at that, I said, how can we make sure that we underscore our constitutional rights, make sure that we protect Indigenous rights, and make sure that we defend the Charter rights of our citizens? These are our principles in our Constitution and our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And that's what the genesis of the Act was all about. It's the reason why Supreme Court Justice John Major has said that there is nothing unconstitutional about the bill. And it's the reason why I'm looking forward to declaring royal assent soon.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Boular-McCall.
The Premier went on to the radio herself this weekend to muse that her horrible Sovereignty Act could be used to stop the imposition of paper straws on Albertans. That was her justification for a bill that has ignored treaty rights, creates economic chaos, and that has been cited by many as perhaps the worst legislation to ever come before this House. Albertans deserve better than this paper-thin Premier. Is she really willing to break our country apart over some straws?
Premier.
Speaker, I think it's more absurd that the federal government intervened in our area of jurisdiction over managing our petrochemical industry, which the members opposite used to support, in order they could do something as frivolous as impose a ban on plastic straws. They have created uncertainty in our petrochemical industry. They are creating uncertainty as we end up trying to do cross-border trade. They have declared plastics toxic for one reason and one reason only, because they want to intervene in our area of jurisdiction. They do this again and again and again, and it's why we're challenging them in court.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Boular-McCall.
Mr. Barry Cooper and those closest to the Premier, including her own executive director, have teamed up before to write a document that called for pulling Albertans out of CPP, blowing up the RCMP, and that in broad stroke, and I quote, sets up Alberta for independence in the event that independence must be considered. Separatist flames are being fanned from the office of this Premier. Will she stand right now and state for the record that there will be no vote on Alberta leaving Canada as long as she is in the office?
The Honourable the Premier.
I'm not a separatist. I am not talking about leaving Canada. I'm talking about saving Canada. I'm talking about how we're going to be able to assert the way this country is supposed to work. We are a federalist nation. We are not a unitary state where the federal government dictates to us. We have our own areas of jurisdiction that we have the exclusive right to pass laws in, and the federal government violates it every day by declaring plastics toxic so they could take it over, by trying to enforce an emissions cap on our fertilizer, by putting an emissions cap on oil and gas.
The Honourable the Member for Calgary Glenmore is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cancer is an unfortunate reality that impacts us all. Whether it's us or our loved ones, almost everyone has felt the emotional blow of a cancer diagnosis in one way or another. Patients in Alberta are one step closer to receiving comprehensive cancer care in a world-class facility. This past Friday, the Minister of Infrastructure announced that substantial completion of the new Calgary Cancer Centre had been met and has now been handed over to AHS. To the Minister of Infrastructure, what does substantial completion mean for this project, and what's the next step for the Calgary Cancer Centre?
Deputy Premier and the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. The Calgary Cancer Centre is the second largest comprehensive cancer centre in North America. It's bringing a groundbreaking approach to the comprehensive patient care, where patients will receive tailored, world-class cancer treatment. I'm also pleased to say that the layout and design is patient and family-focused, from patient rooms, treatment rooms, right down to the plants in the central garden. Mr. Speaker, as we announced on Friday, this project has reached substantial completion, meaning it is ready for AHS to install the vital technology, furnishings, and other items they need to provide excellent care and services to patients.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Glenmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that this project has been a long time coming for Calgary and Southern Alberta, and further given that the Calgary Cancer Centre will be the second largest comprehensive cancer centre in North America, a true feat in both engineering and healthcare, and given that this centre will bring together much of the existing cancer care in Alberta and Calgary under one roof, once again to the Minister, when can we expect to see the Cancer Centre open its doors to patients?
Honourable the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Calgary Cancer Centre is currently expected to open to patients in 2024. During this time, AHS will fully outfit the centre with all the necessary technology, lab gear, furniture and materials, and everything else needed to be fully operational. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the design of the building incorporates the easy moving in and out of vital medical devices, with portions of the roof designed to lift off efficiently and safely move in heavy technology. While the hospital is not ready to open its doors just yet, we have reached a huge milestone in the construction process and a huge milestone in providing world-class cancer care right here in Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Glenmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the Minister. Given that in 2022 we're making steady progress in preventing cancer, detecting it earlier and treating it more effectively, and given that unfortunately nearly half of Albertans will deal with a cancer diagnosis in their lifetime, and further given that the Calgary Cancer Centre is needed and important not only to the City of Calgary but to Southern Alberta and to our province as a whole, once more to the Minister, what are the capabilities of this new centre and what care will they be able to provide patients?
Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that this centre was designed to encompass the whole continuum of cancer care, from the prevention and screening and early detection to research and collaboration, development and clinical trials to patient care and education. It will be a giant step forward for patients and families for our healthcare system. And Mr. Speaker, projects like this are more than just bricks and mortar. They are a symbol of hope. To quote Nasreen Mitha, patient and family advisor, from our announcement, a thing constructed can only be loved after it is constructed, but a thing created is loved before it even exists.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ongoing crisis in children's health care is having devastating effects that will get worse if not addressed immediately. Parents are terrified, looking for information on what will be done, and yet it's been 300 days since the last time the Chief Medical Officer of Health has held a press conference. The social media accounts, once another source of emergency information, sit silent and still bear the name of the fired Dr. Dina Hinshaw. This is ridiculous, and children's health is suffering. Why is there a UCP-imposed gag order on the Chief Medical Officer of Health?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, there is no gag over it. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to continue to work with Dr. Jaffe, who has put out information for parents to be able to deal with this very challenging time with flu, COVID, and the RSV. Mr. Speaker, also Dr. Joffe has put out a letter to all parents in terms of providing guidance to how to manage this. And I'm pleased to say, Mr. Speaker, as well, is that we've been working through getting control over the CMOH account, and that will be active very soon.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Given that last week, in light of the impact of the ongoing severe viral season on Alberta's children, the pediatric section of the Alberta Medical Association recommended increased public messaging on the safety and efficacy of influenza and COVID-19 vaccines to address the pressures in children's hospitals. And given that the uptake of flu vaccine is only 22% across the province, an increased vaccination would decrease the chance of severe outcomes, hospitalizations for children. Will the Premier please simply stand, openly and unequivocally endorse the flu shot, and encourage all Albertans to be vaccinated?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated in this House last week, we are running a campaign to increase the coverage of flu vaccine. I'm very pleased that over the last 2 weeks we have increased that coverage by 3.5%. Mr. Speaker, our coverage is now higher than last year at this time at 23.7%. We are continuing to run a campaign. You will see, you may have received a text message on your phone last week, Mr. Speaker. We are also running radio ads, running television ads, and Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do so and urging Albertans to make the choice to get their flu shot.
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, given this Premier spent more time promoting the views of conspiracy theorist Paul Alexander than she has addressing the chaos in public health care, and given that Alexander celebrated the firing of the Alberta Health Services Board, bragged about being named in communications, called on the Premier to drag the board members in front of tribunals, bankrupt them, and throw them in jail. And given this rhetoric from Alexander is deeply dangerous, and yet the Premier can't even stand and promote the effectiveness of vaccines in this chamber, will she support the motion I'm bringing to this House today to promote the effectiveness of vaccines and condemn the spread of vaccine information by Paul Alexander?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as we indicated previously, we thank very much the tremendous work that was done by the AHS Strategic Board. But, Mr. Speaker, we needed an official administrator, and we appointed Dr. John Cowell to do that, to be able to focus full-time on helping manage through the challenges we're facing in our healthcare system, AHS, focusing on reducing the EMS wait times, reducing the emergency department wait times, getting more surgeries done, Mr. Speaker, and pushing down decision-making. Very pleased that we were able to do that. And in regards to the motion that's coming forward this afternoon, I look forward to speaking to it at that point in time.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
So the UCP have made clear that the Premier wants to set up a provincial revenue agency so we can all file our taxes 2 times. This again proves that the Premier and the UCP don't actually care what Albertans want, because Albertans have been pretty clear they do not want a provincial revenue agency. Why? Because it's an expensive, hack-baked plan that would require a 20% increase in public service workers. The Alberta Chambers of Commerce survey recently showed a strong majority of business believe it will be detrimental. So, did the Minister of Finance actually support the Sovereignty Act because he wants to withhold our federal taxes? Is that what this is about?
Good question. The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, that question's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Something, Mr. Speaker, we can all count on with the members opposite is a superficial approach. We can take a look at the approach of a rate cap on insurance, which we were questioned on. Superficial approach resulting in unintended consequences. Mr. Speaker, we're going to study the possibility, the benefits, and the costs of an Alberta Revenue Agency. We think that we should make, Mr. Speaker, informed decisions.
The member for Lethbridge West.
Mr. Speaker, given what's ridiculous is this Minister of Finance is flip-flopping on the Sovereignty Act, and given what's ridiculous is filing our taxes twice, and given what's ridiculous is taking $200 million from our CPP that no one asked for to fund a revenue agency that no one also asked for, the scheme doesn't even add up and shows this government doesn't even understand income tax or pension policy. Can the Minister of Finance explain why he's willing to raid our retirement security, a proposal that individuals and businesses both oppose, to pay for revenue agencies individual and businesses also oppose?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and President of the Treasury Board.
Well, Mr. Speaker, none of that adds up. But should we be surprised? Because when the members in opposite were in government, Mr. Speaker, they ultimately left Albertans with a fiscal train wreck. None of it added up. Mr. Speaker. That's why we inherited billions and billions of dollars of structural deficit. That's why we had to make hard decisions in Budget 2019 to bring this province to fiscal responsibility, which we've done, Mr. Speaker. Look, we're going to look at opportunities with respect to an Alberta pension plan and Alberta Revenue Agency for the benefit of Alberta.
Honourable member for Lethbridge West.
Well, given that that was not an answer, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that the Minister of Finance doesn't want to talk about this topic. And given that many in the business community, including prominent Calgary businessman George Brookman, past chair of Tourism Calgary, have also said they oppose the chaos that will come from using CPP premiums to fund a revenue agency, and given that the Alberta Revenue Agency will require Albertans to do one of their least favourite things, filing their taxes, but doing it twice, given that Albertans business leaders oppose the creation of Alberta Revenue Agency, who exactly is the Minister of Finance pandering to with this policy? Why won't he just abandon this policy? Why won't he just stand in his place and reject it out
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the reason is we're going to do the work. We're going to do the study so that we can make an informed decision. The member opposite rightly points out that our Alberta Revenue Agency collecting personal taxes may require a second tax return by Albertans. That's something we would consider. That's something that all Albertans should consider. But, Mr. Speaker, we believe in making informed decisions. We're going to do the work and ensure that we're making decisions in the best interests of Albertans, unlike the members opposite.
The Honourable member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
In the last year, we have seen dramatic changes across our entire healthcare system. One of the most critical problems that continues to plague cities like Medicine Hat is the ever-decreasing number of available doctors, snowballing the inability to see a family doctor or nurse practitioner in a timely manner. Just this last week, I was informed about another 7 local doctors quitting their practice, leaving the Medicine Hat region. To the Premier, is there a plan to ensure we train more doctors and medical health professionals for all Albertans?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, as you know, human health resources is a challenge not only here in Alberta, but a challenge, quite frankly, across all of Canada and across the first world. But, Mr. Speaker, we are making investments to address this challenge. I'd like to speak to the $90 million that we've invested annually for the retention and attraction of doctors. And we're continuing to invest also in our advanced education system. Mr. Speaker, very pleased. My colleague, the Minister of Advanced Education, invested additional $30 million to add healthcare capacity, and I'll speak more on that.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
Thank you. Given that there are not enough seats for Albertans at our medical schools, and that given we are not graduating enough trained family doctors to meet our current needs, never mind our increasing population's needs, and given that I repeatedly hear from young Albertans how limited the spots are in medical programs in Alberta, and giving students end up doing their education overseas, they don't return to Alberta. Again, to the Premier, what is your government doing to ensure more Alberta students attend Alberta institutions to become family doctors, nurse practitioners, and then return to work in communities in Alberta like Medicine Hat?
The Honourable the Minister of Advanced Education has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very important question indeed. It's critical that we support our post-secondary institutions and look at creating more spaces to ensure that more Albertans are able to access some of our incredible post-secondary institutions right here at home, right in their own backyards. Mr. Speaker, just this past spring, we announced, as my colleague mentioned, $28 million to expand spaces in high-demand healthcare programs, including, for example, in nursing, in healthcare aid, and in paramedicine. Premier has directed the Minister of Health and I to continue that work, and we have more details coming, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, given that vaccine mandates struck an undeniable blow to our healthcare workforce, and given that many of these individuals opted to go on leave, move to places like Texas or Florida, or quit altogether rather than face criticism, abuse, and vaccine mandates. And given that now we continue to see rural healthcare facilities unable to meet huge staff shortages, again to the Premier, during your leadership campaign, you promised considerable healthcare reform. What are you doing to ensure Alberta is adequately staffed with family doctors, nurse practitioners, so our healthcare system can be proactive and preventative?
The Honourable Minister of Health has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as indicated, we know that we need more healthcare staff, particularly in rural Alberta. Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased over the course of the summer and into the fall. I was able to travel to over 20 locations around the province and talk to over 1,100 individuals, many of them AHS staff, Mr. Speaker. We know that they need help, and we're working very hard to do that. Not only are we investing in education, Mr. Speaker, but we're also making it easier for foreign-trained healthcare workers to come to Alberta, changes to the college, supporting bridging education, and we'll continue to do so to get the people that we need to provide the service.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods and the official opposition health leader.
Mr. Speaker, social procurement policies support local workers, businesses and suppliers, which benefits our economy as a whole, and these policies are supported by municipalities, businesses and worker advocates, not only in Alberta but across Canada. And the NDP will always stand up for Alberta workers, businesses and suppliers. Can the Minister of Jobs explain why his government supports the economic harm that will come about because of their Sovereignty Act, and why they oppose social procurement policies that would boost Alberta's economy?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, we've already been clear. This Premier listened to caucus, listened to Cabinet, listened to Albertans, and we made changes to the Sovereignty Act. Even, Mr. Speaker, that famous right-wing columnist, Graham Thompson, acknowledged just a couple of days ago in a question to David Dodge, the Toronto man, that the amendments to Bill 1 solved the issues the critics of Bill 1 were concerned about. Now, even he agrees, Mr. Speaker, that we're on the right path. Why can't they get on the program and help us and support Albertans?
Hear, hear.
The member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Given that construction workers in this province are among the highest skilled in the world, thanks in part to the world-class training provided by their unions, and given that under current procurement policies, many of these workers are seeing lower-skilled workers being brought in to take their jobs, lowering wages and making it harder for Alberta tradespeople to weather this affordability crisis, and given that many are leaving Alberta to work in provinces with robust social procurement policies and labour codes that actually support workers, will the Minister of Jobs please explain to the Assembly why he and his government continue to oppose social procurement policies?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the NDP are reading their news releases.
Right.
Our record is clear and investors know this. In Alberta, we're already a record-breaking venture capital investments this year for over last year, Mr. Speaker, which was a record year. We're at record levels of migration. We're the highest average weekly earnings across all the provinces, Mr. Speaker. In fact, new incorporations are up 13% in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where they're getting their news release, but maybe they should start listening to the government.
Here, here.
The Honourable the Member for Millwoods.
Given that the trade unions and businesses that employ workers to build and maintain projects throughout Alberta support social procurement policies that provide local value and benefit, and given the Business Council of Alberta and the Building Trades of Alberta have teamed up to push government to implement more social procurement, and given social procurement can ensure subcontracting goes to local businesses, providing opportunities for smaller businesses, and given the minister does not appear to be aware what social procurement is, will the minister commit to Albertans today that he will meet with the Business Council, with the building trades, learn about social procurement and implement it?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Northern Development.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud of our Premier. You know, she actually appointed a parliamentary secretary of procurement because she recognized this issue, and we've all recognized it. Right. The member from Bonnyville Cold Lake, Mr. Speaker, he's a great member. He's going to work hard on this file. But let me tell you some other things that are happening, Mr. Speaker. And I will meet with anybody, let's be clear, and I have met with unions and I continue to meet with them, Mr. Speaker, because I'm from Fort McMurray and I'm proud of that part of our environment. But, Mr. Speaker, jobs in finance, insurance and real estate, renting and leasing up 21%, jobs in professional, scientific, technical services up 16%, jobs in healthcare up 11%, Mr. Speaker. It's a good news story. Come to Alberta.
The order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Beverly Clearview.
Recently, Air Canada announced it will no longer provide direct flights from Saskatoon and Regina to Calgary. There's a strong connection between Saskatchewan and Alberta, including personal and business relationships. This cancellation will triple travel time and hurt businesses and tourism between our provinces. Yet we haven't heard a peep out of the government. They're quick to point out any time a new flight gets added, but there's been crickets when we can't even get a good flight next door. Where is the concern from the government over this decision that will impact our economy?
Well, the Minister of Forestry, Parks and Tourism.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Obviously, we're concerned about flights coming in and out of Alberta and how it affects tourism and how it affects the workers being able to travel also. We have Travel Alberta working on programs, bringing actually thousands of more people into Alberta with flights and working with the program with that. So we need to continue that, and of course we will look at all different flights coming into Alberta and make sure that we have programs in place that we can make sure that we have people in those seats coming to Alberta, again, for both work and for recreation. Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister, or the Honourable the Member, Edmonton Beverly Clareview.
Given that it's only a short flight from Saskatoon and Regina to watch the Riders play the Stamps, enjoy Stephen Avenue, or take a trip out to our beautiful mountains, given that Air Canada will no longer provide that flight, instead people will fly to Vancouver just to come back to Calgary. Given this will seriously hurt our tourism industry, what is the government doing to encourage competition between airlines in support of Calgary's tourism industry and our economy?
The Honourable Minister of Forestry, Parks and Tourism.
Yes, thank you very much again for the question. And of course, we are concerned about these flights, as I mentioned in the previous answer. We have WestJet doubling seats from some of the flights within Canada, and so we'd like to see that happening. We know that's happening now. Again, we have Travel Alberta working with our partners in the air industry to bring those flights in. And again, when we look at the things that people travel for, again, being able to enjoy our mountains here in Alberta and be able to enjoy sports events, we know that that travel is important, and we'll continue to work with our partners doing that.
Well, Member for Edmonton, Beverly Clareview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that I've been speaking to the tourism sector, and they've been telling me they're desperate for workers, especially those with hospitality and culinary training. Given this government has cut hundreds of millions of dollars from our post-secondary institutions, effectively turning off the taps of our talent pipeline. Given this comes on top of direct flights to Calgary now being cancelled. Why is the government making a bad situation worse and actively working against the success of our tourism industry and our economy?
The Honourable the Minister of Forestry, Parks and Tourism, or Advanced Ed? Forestry, Parks and Tourism.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, when we look at our post-secondary education system, we know that, I've been talking to some just recently, are talking about bringing in people from around the world to enjoy our post-secondary education system, to be able to be trained in tourism. That's a great opportunity for us to bring people from around the world here. And in other areas that have done this, 96% of the people that have came in and taken those courses have stayed in the industry in that location for 3 years later. So we know that there's success in that, and we know that we can work on that with our immigration here in Alberta. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Athabasca, Barhead, West Block.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Boyle Health Centre has been short 2 nursing positions since July, resulting in hospital closures every night. This means some Albertans may have delayed access to the urgent care they need. I understand this is a national issue and every province is struggling with staffing shortages, especially with nurses. But the fact remains, we need more healthcare workers in Alberta, and we need them now. Can the Minister of Health tell us what the plan is to fill these necessary nursing positions in rural Alberta right now?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Making sure we have the nurses needed where we need them is one of the top priorities of this government. We need further action. We've taken action already. I spoke, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the tremendous work done by my colleague, Minister of Advanced Education, but we need more, and that's why we appointed a Parliamentary Secretary specifically for rural health. My colleague will be working with municipalities across the entire province to be able to identify other areas that we can make an investment to make sure we have the healthcare professionals that we need to support Albertans' health.
Member for Athabasca, Barhead, West Block.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that one short-term solution is to contract nurses from other parts of Alberta and across Canada on a locum status to fill gaps in RN coverage, and given that rural Alberta not only has to compete with the major urban centres in this province, but also other provinces, can the same minister tell the members of this House what our government is doing to incentivize registered nurses to rural communities in the short term?
Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. The member is quite right. This is a nationwide, even international issue. That's why we are investing in our advanced education system to train more individuals here in Alberta. We are competing internationally, and I was also very pleased to announce with my colleague, the Minister of Advanced Education, a streamlined processes for bringing in internationally trained nurses, for also be able to provide bridging programs for those nurses when they arrive here. So, those who are certified as LPNs can increase up to RNs, and we can continue to do the work until we get the staff that we need.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Minister. Given that constituents are contacting me with concerns that doctors and other health professionals may look at leaving the community because of the partial closure of their hospital, and given the health professionals in these areas often look to areas with more sustained work levels so they can use their full capacity to support the health system, can the minister tell residents of my community what long-term solutions this government is bringing to fix this problem?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks again to the honourable member for the question. We understand that it is a challenge in terms of the retention and recruitment of doctors. We have more doctors than we've ever had in the province, Mr. Speaker, but we still need more, and we still need them in there's particular areas where there are shortages. So we're continuing to invest in rural recruitment and retention. I mentioned the $90 million, but $90 million plus in addition to that on Rural Northern Program, Recruitment and Retention Fund, Rural Physician On-Call Program, the Rural Health Professions Action Plan, and the Rural Medical Education, Mr. Speaker. In addition, we're very pleased to reach an agreement with the AMA, and we're looking at different methods of pay to be able to recruit and retain doctors.
The honourable member for Edmonton-McClung has a question to ask.
From day one, it has been nothing but chaos under this premier. She's already had to walk back several comments that put massive infrastructure projects at risk. This includes a premier musing that she had concerns about the Calgary Green Line tunneling under downtown. In the past, she has called this project, quote, Green Line to nowhere, a fantasy, a catastrophically bad decision, and of no real use to anyone, unquote. Does the Premier or the Minister still agree with these past comments that create uncertainty for a vital project for Calgary's economy and puts 20,000 jobs at risk?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is just another great example of fear-mongering by the NDP. There's $1.5 billion committed by this government to build the Green Line. I've spoken with the Mayor of Calgary. They want to see shovels in the ground as soon as possible. So this is an amazing construction project that will help Calgarians get around their great city, and it's something that this government is committed to, and we're hoping to see the construction as soon as possible on the Calgary Green Line.
Honourable member for Edmonton-McClung.
Given that the Premier has already created uncertainty around another project, the Springbank Dam, that will protect Calgary's economy, and the Green Line that will create 20,000 jobs, and given that the job-killing, chaos-causing Sovereignty Act will create even more uncertainty for investors and companies looking to bid on major transportation projects, and given that business leaders, including tech investors, chambers of commerce, and the former governor of the Bank of Canada have all expressed opposition to the Sovereignty Act, will this government restore confidence and certainty in Alberta by revoking this bill so we can build important infrastructure projects to support economic growth?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors.
Mr. Speaker, I respect my critic from transportation, but I'm not expecting this kind of softball questions from him. The Springbank Dam is being built. You can go there and see it for himself. It's an amazing flood mitigation project that will save Calgary in the event of another flood. It's something that the money is committed there. It is being built. Calgarians will know that they will be protected in the case of another disastrous flood. Something that when you just look at the 2013 flood, about $5 billion of damage was caused. This is a project that Calgarians can be safe with and know that it will protect their communities.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-McClung.
But given that the last Premier mucked about with federal-provincial funding arrangements for major projects like the Green Line and stalled them, and given that the radical policies of this Premier are far worse, and given that the Premier is focused on job-killing Sovereignty Act that could kill projects and put thousands of Albertans out of work, can the government tell working people why they are so blind to the concerns of so many who want them to stop this bill? The Sovereignty Act should be thrown in the garbage today.
Put people out of work, killed projects. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is just classic fear-mongering by the NDP, and I wish they would stop it, because Albertans, not a lot of them, but Albertans do watch this question period, Mr. Speaker, and I think when they hear inflammatory comments like that, I think, and they can go to the Springbank Dam and see that it's being built. They can talk to the Mayor of Calgary, know that the Green Line is going to be built, and Mr. Speaker, when they hear stuff like that, I think it really just it devalues the work that is done in this place, and I hope we can get some better questions here from the NDP.
Order. The honourable member for Edmonton Goldbar.
Mr. Speaker, my guest Jody Young lives with her family in Red Deer County close to operating gravel pits. This fall, AHS verified that her water well is now contaminated with lead and aluminum and is no longer potable. Her children have lead and aluminum in their blood, likely from drinking contaminated well water. Alberta Environment has been notified of the issue but has done nothing to investigate whether the gravel pit is the source of the contamination. Can the minister commit today to ordering her department to conduct a scientific investigation into this matter?
The Honourable Minister of Technology and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our environment minister works very hard to make sure that we listen to Albertans and that we take their feedback and that we do good due diligence on all the work that we do. And I have every confidence that she is doing the right work that is required in order to defend Albertans' interests and to ensure that the environment is protected. And I appreciate the member opposite for raising his constituents' concerns, and we'll of course take a look at that. Thank you.
Honourable member for Edmonton Goldbar.
Mr. Speaker, given that the minister just said that they're listening, but the minister can't even bother to stand up and answer the question, and given that the gravel pit in question appears to be operating without the proper approvals in place, and given that gravel pits mining below the water table require Water Act authorizations, given that this pit is full of water even during the driest times of year, suggesting that operators are mining below the water table, will the minister commit to pausing operations at this gravel pit until the proper authorizations are in place?
The Honourable Minister of Technology and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta has some of the most robust environmental policies and protections in place in this entire country, and we stand by that. And we will continue to make sure that we are listening to Albertans to ensure that we can ensure that we have and continue to have the best environmental protections in the country. And that is exactly what we can expect from our Minister of Environment in the weeks and months to come. And I'm proud of the work that she does on this file.
Well, member for Edmonton Goldbar.
Mr. Speaker, nobody should be proud of a government that refuses to enforce its own legislation. Mr. Speaker, given that Jody Young's house is in close proximity to a proposed new gravel pit, and given that the existing gravel pit appears to be operating without proper authorizations and may be causing water well contamination, will the minister at least commit to meeting with my guests today to let them make their case for pausing approvals for new gravel pits until the issues with the existing ones have been resolved?
The Honourable Minister of Technology and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, Alberta has the most robust environmental protection policies in the country, and we absolutely do enforce them, and we will continue to enforce them because it is so important, Mr. Speaker, that we protect the interests of all Albertans, and we know that protecting the environment is part of how we do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that the Minister of Environment is on the right track and will continue to do the right things to respect and protect the rights of Albertans. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary North.
Mr. Speaker, it's great that Alberta is a growing province, but troubling when many Albertans must wait for a long time to book a doctor's appointment or to be seen in the emergency room. Alberta needs to attract more physicians. Alberta has many skilled newcomers and international medical graduates that are ready to start their careers in AHS, but they are met with barriers that do not allow them to get certified in a timely manner. To the Minister of Health, what actions are being taken to bring more physicians to Alberta, including faster certifications of IMGs?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs has risen.
We are continuing to make Alberta an attractive location for physicians with compensation that's among the highest in Canada, financial incentives, a variety of practice settings, high-quality medical schools and facilities, and rural medical education. Mr. Speaker, we're enhancing marketing efforts, pursuing both Canadian and internationally trained physicians, posting part-time positions to provide additional flexibility, and providing incentives for full-time positions as well. Mr. Speaker, collaboration is also underway with the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta to prioritize and expedite assessment and licensing of international medical graduates.
The Honourable Member for Calgary North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that Albertan families are struggling to provide medication for their children, and given that many children are showing severe symptoms during this flu season, and further given that our government recently announced the securement of 5 million bottles of children's medication, can the same minister explain how the children's medication will be distributed across the province and when Albertans can expect the first shipment?
Municipal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a parent of 2 young children, I know that this issue is top of mind for parents right across the province. Alberta Health and Alberta Health Services are working with Health Canada to obtain the necessary approvals. Mr. Speaker, at this time, it's estimated that Health Canada approvals will take 10 days to 4 weeks. Once approvals are in place, the medication will be delivered. As soon as the medication arrives in our province, Mr. Speaker, it will be distributed to community and retail pharmacies so parents and caregivers can purchase it for their children. We will be working to get this medication to Alberta families as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that pandemic highlighted the importance of optimizing EMS response times, and given that Albertans still have uncertainties on our EMS response time, and further, given that our government allocated an additional $64 million in the 2022 budget that is specifically for Alberta's EMS, can the same minister explain what improvements have been made to Alberta's EMS thus far, what plans are underway, and what can Albertans expect for their future?
Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Supporting EMS has been and continues to be a top priority for this government. We are moving swiftly to reform AHS and improve EMS response times, as that is a top concern of Albertans. Our AHS administrator, Dr. Cowell, is working on a plan to free up highly trained paramedics by fast-tracking ambulance transfers at the ER and finding other appropriate options for non-emergency transfers between facilities. Mr. Speaker, our new Parliamentary Secretary for EMS Reform, the member for Highwood, has also been working closely with frontline workers to identify ways to improve patient experience and worker safety.
Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for the oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will continue with member statements.
Mr. Speaker, losing a loved one is a difficult experience that affects us all. The decisions, the paperwork, it can all seem overwhelming for families dealing with grief, while at the same time trying to ensure that their loved one's life is concluded with dignity. For those going through it, it is often difficult to balance their need to act with their feelings of grief. Albertans need calm, caring, and capable professionals to walk alongside them in their hour of need, and to help bring dignity to their loved one's conclusion of life. Alberta mourners need to be provided with an opportunity to share in their grief. The Alberta Funeral Services Association, the AFSA, is a professional organization of funeral service providers from across the province that are dedicated to the betterment of funeral services by supporting the public as well as their members. Founded in 1928, the AFSA provides confidential business and professional relationships. They conduct all services in a dignified and respectful manner. They provide all merchandise at a fair price and care for and show respect for all loved ones entrusted into their care with a high moral and service standard for all. These providers have strict provincial health laws to adhere to, including pre-need service regulations and all other laws pertaining to their business or profession. Mr. Speaker, many people are uncomfortable with talking about death and their fears around it, leaving them feeling alone. Death is a topic that the members of the AFSA deal with every day. They are ready to have conversations with families no matter which stage of grief they are in, and with those interested in pre-planning to remove the funeral planning process from their family's plate. Death is one of the few certainties in life. That is why having resources to turn to like the AFSA is so important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday.
Children's health care is under crisis. That is not a point of debate, but the simple truth of the situation. For over a month, Albertans have seen the stories of the children's hospital struggling to deal with the unprecedented admission of sick children. We've heard the harrowing stories of nurses working with unimaginable fatigue and stress, some describing days where they are worried that someone might die in the waiting room because of the sheer volume. New structures have been built at the Alberta Children's Hospital just to ensure that those waiting to be seen can have a warm place to wait. This is a time where leadership is needed. But instead of that, we have a premier who tried to ignore a question about sick children by claiming it wasn't on topic. We have a premier who refuses to recommend the flu shot, a premier who takes advice from someone who says vaccines are a biological weapon. The parents that I represent are scared, Mr. Speaker. They are worried about their children getting sick and about the prospect of long waits for emergency care should it come to that. As the father of a young son and with another child on the way, Mr. Speaker, I share these concerns with my constituents and I will never stop amplifying their voices. But I know that there is hope on the horizon. This comes from the prospect of an NDP government in May 2023 that will rebuild the healthcare system after years of UCP destruction. An Alberta NDP government will bring in real healthcare standards. We will restore respect and collaboration with frontline workers from day one. We will restore funding cuts by this UCP government. We will make significant moves to improve care closer to home in Alberta communities, and we will launch the largest healthcare worker recruitment campaign this province has ever seen. For those looking for healthcare, help is on the way. Alberta's NDP will end the chaos. We will ensure you and your loved ones will be taken care of. Thank you.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I was fortunate enough to join the Minister of Energy in Banff for the Energy Council's Global Energy and Environmental Issues Conference. Prior to the conference, I was able to tour the University of Calgary's research facility and TC Energy's control room for North America. What a great way to show delegates from the United States and colleagues from Saskatchewan the kind of innovation happening in our own backyard. The Energy Council Conference afforded us the opportunity to make it clear that Alberta's energy sector is not only essential for our province, but is a key driver of the Canadian economy and a critical partner in attaining North American energy security. Our oil and gas sector continues to be a leader in responsible resource development and GHG emission reductions while rigorously adhering to social standards. In addition to oil and gas, Alberta is home to some of Canada's largest clean energy startups, innovators, and investors. Whether it be hydrogen production, geothermal development, petrochemical processing, or the emerging critical and rare earth mineral sector, Alberta is quickly becoming a central hub and world-class centre for energy transition. Ultimately, Alberta's energy sector is a key contributor in creating jobs, diversifying the economy, and supporting our economic recovery and growth. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has taught us, again, that energy security cannot be taken for granted. Energy security and affordability have real impacts on the lives of Albertans. In order to continue to be the economic engine of Canada, while supporting Albertans and our own economy, it is more critical than ever that we follow through on our government's commitment to support the responsible development and extraction of oil and gas. What I heard this past weekend is that the world needs more reliable, responsible, and secure energy. And what I hear in that, Mr. Speaker, the world needs more Alberta energy. That is clear. For too long, our federal counterparts have controlled the narrative, falsely characterizing fossil fuels in ill-conceived campaigns. Events and conferences like this are an integral part of standing up for Albertans by showing the incredible products we produce and the ongoing innovation happening right here in Alberta. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton South has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Albertans are tired. I've had the privilege of serving the constituents of South and Southwest Edmonton for almost 8 years. When I was first elected in 2015, some were concerned about the accidental government. Yet many more were filled with hope and optimism for the future. An NDP government in Alberta seemed like something out of a fairy tale. In those first 4 years, we accomplished much in and out of this chamber. We built schools. We protected LGBTQ2+ children. We halved child poverty. We took real action on climate change and the environment. We invested in programs for social change, like providing hot lunches in schools and affordable childcare. The list went on and on. And then Conservatives were elected in 2019. Conservatives changed course and reversed an unimaginable number of initiatives. They raised tuition, increased costs on families, lifted utility rate caps, lifted insurance rate caps, and Conservatives announced a meager amount of new schools. They delayed and defunded hospitals indefinitely. Today, Conservatives are celebrating legislation threatening Alberta's relationship with the rest of this country. Legislation denounced by experts as likely to drive away investment and harm our national interests. How quickly things can change. Albertans are tired of this government, Mr. Speaker. They're tired of the games being played by the UCP instead of investing in initiatives that make their lives more affordable. Albertans are tired of being left out in the cold while the UCP squabble and play games. There's one other thing, Mr. Speaker. Albertans are tired, yes, but they haven't given up hope. They know that there is a way, and they know that there is other options. They know that the future can be brighter. I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody does. But I do know this. Albertans are motivated and ready to make real change in their lives once again.
Reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give oral notice of Bill 7, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2022, number 2, sponsored by myself.
Introduction of bills. Tabling returns and reports.
The member for Edmonton Manning has a tabling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I table the requisite copies on behalf of the member for Lethbridge West, which she referenced in her question. Alberta businesses not sold on the benefits of ditching the CPP or creating a police force.
There are others. Seeing none, the clerk.
Tablings to the clerk. I wish to advise the Assembly that the following documents were deposited with the Office of the Clerk. On behalf of Honourable Mr. Taves, President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance, report of selected payments to the members and former members of the Legislative Assembly and persons directly associated with members of the Legislative Assembly for the year ended March 31, 2022. On behalf of Honourable Mr. Shandro, Minister of Justice, Alberta Human Rights Commission Annual Report 2021-22.
Orders of the day. Orders du jour.
Orders other than government bills and orders. Committee of the Whole.
Honourable members, I'd like to call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 202, the Alberta Personal Income Tax, Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act 2022. I see the Honourable Member for Peace River rising to speak.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to rise on my bill, Bill 202. This is an important piece of legislation, and it's an opportunity for us in private members' business to make meaningful impact to the Alberta Income Tax Act. The purpose of this bill is to allow individuals a break, those who are donating, in what will be a difficult year coming up with affordability, with an increase in everything from insurance costs to groceries to fuel and everything in between. But on top of that, and maybe just as or more importantly, Madam Chair, it's an important break for the charities themselves. Now, I've been going around meeting with as many charities as possible. There are 76,000 registered charities, according to the Canadian Revenue Agency, in the country. And disproportionately, we have our fair share here in Alberta. And if there's a charity, it means there's a cause behind it, and there are individuals that care for it. I want to talk a bit about the importance of charities in our society, and I want to talk a bit about the trend of what's going on with charitable giving. So, unfortunately, Madam Chair, the trend of charitable giving and philanthropy has not been very good. Now, there are some redeeming qualities and silver linings in it, but over the last few decades, it's notable that we've seen the average age of the donor go up. Madam Chair, it's true that, speaking to the Calgary Cancer Foundation, their average donor is somewhere in their 70s now. In a few years, that average donor is going to be in their 80s. In a few years after that, they will have many, many fewer average donors. And that is a sad state of affairs. It is sad because the work that that community does is absolutely essential to the lifeblood of this province for services rendered, for charitable love and care given to Albertans in care, especially those or for the family members going through cancer. So average age of donors going up, so is the average dollar amount right now. But that doesn't mean more total dollars in the pot. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, private industry in Alberta, but we see the average dollar amount going up with fewer donors. So from 2009 to 2019, we saw a 22.1% drop of families, of households, that have been putting charitable tax donations in their tax returns. That's more than a fifth drop, close to a quarter drop of the number of households giving donations. This is impactful for the sector. We see this trend coming. And yes, it was accelerated by the pandemic. And yes, the affordability crunch with inflation is going to make it worse, Madam Chair. But the truth is we've seen this for decades now, that donors are getting older. Those large donations from second and third generation accrued wealth will be happening increasingly as the baby boomer generation finishes, retires, and unfortunately some of those, that demographic is now passing away. They end up with large donations to these important bodies. But this trend is continuing, and it's a problem for the sustainability, for the operational sustainability. I spoke to the Stollery Hospital today. They're 100% funded, not by tax dollars, but by donations. It's multi-million dollars a year, somewhere in the neighborhood of $40 million every year fundraised, purely through the generosity of Albertans. This trend has huge impact on the health care of our children. Alberta Children's Hospital is in effectively the exact same boat in Calgary. That's a good example there of the importance that charitable donations play into the livelihood of the delivering of health care services to Albertans. But the trend isn't just limited to larger donations, fewer folks donating that are older. We also see an important difference on the other side of the demographic of donations too. Young Canadians. Young Canadians are donating less and less to institutionalized charities, i.e. charities that have tax charitable status according to the CRA. Increasingly, they're donating to what the philanthropic community calls causes. We see this all the time on Facebook. An important cause comes out and they'll e-transfer money. You see this on GoFundMe campaigns or similar websites, sort of these crowdsourced funding organizations, and these donations now are given just to that cause, to that important cause that they highlight, something that matters to them, perhaps as a millennial or a Gen Z or some of these younger generations, as they come into disposable income, as they start to have their first career job, salary pay, perhaps are in a household, perhaps had more disposable income, perhaps are wondering, my parents donated, maybe I should too, where am I going to donate to? And it's not that I don't like the causes, Madam Chair. Causes are important. But the fact that we're giving less to these institutionalized charities year over year as return donors, that's a concern. It's a concern because so many of the services, so many of the work that is done through these charities requires operational budgets, requires multi-year $100, $200, $300 million capital campaigns. It requires the ability to build up expertise and staff on the administration side, never mind the delivery of the service itself. It requires the ability to build networks into each of these communities, whether you're talking about servicing vulnerable, servicing those in healthcare, servicing different diverse communities like First Nations in my community and others. Every one of these requires long-term investment. Long-term investment that a charitable sector cannot do if they're chasing the hottest trend and the latest dollar that moves from cause to cause. The institutionalization, i.e. permanency, some wherewithal of these charities is so important. It's instrumental. It's foundational to the ability for us to do the great work that we do and our friends and our Albertan brothers and sisters that are out there in the charitable sector providing those services, providing charity and love for others. They need that stability. They need that wherewithal. They need a roof through which they can rest their operations that they know will be there year after year. And so as we see this trend in the charitable sector, and donations in particular, changing on these two ends,
On the back end, when it comes to the age, getting older and older, fewer and fewer families and households donating, and we see the dollar amount increasing, but not necessarily a broadening of new donors coming in to replace them. On the other side, we see young donors, increasingly not associated with an institution in the same way, without the permanency that we saw for our parents' generation, perhaps, or great-grandparents' generation, where it's loyal to Queen and country and to company. No matter what may come, they know that they have a sense of permanency. We see more and more young millennials going through a number of different jobs, at minimum 7 before they get to some place in their career where they find permanency. So we see these trends happening on the younger side of the demographic, and they're not giving in the same way they used to. We in government need to be reactive to that. We need to be at the front end of seeing what the trends are and helping the sector by giving it the tools it needs to continue to be successful, to continue to be able to fundraise literally hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in a fiscal year, out of the generosity of Albertans. Out of some near 40 million Canadians, I learned this today, approximately 1 million of them countrywide are employed in the nonprofit or charitable sectors. That is a huge percentage of our industry, of our country, focusing on this gift, on this virtue of charity. It's an important and fundamental and the most important of all the virtues we have that are given to us. So, Madam Chair, it is incredibly important that we pass this piece of legislation now, as soon as possible, because the sector, these charities, those donors are all pointing us in this direction. They're saying build a wide base of smaller dollar donations. Get these individuals into the funnel, as it said, and move them up so that they continue to be repeat donors year over year. Let those repeat dollars be dollars from new Canadians and young Canadians that continue to build a movement within charity for a generation to come. And those charities can continue to build infrastructure like hospitals and services like we've seen across the sector, and our faith communities of all different varieties. They will be there to serve and help for every single disaster and crisis and obstacle that our province sees. We will be here positioned well because of the forethought of this chamber to incentivize a broad base of those to give and to give generously and to bring them into the fold as donors and to be participatory in that gift of charity and delivery of this giant sector to average Albertans. Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to hear the debate on the bill today.
Yeah, Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to rise this afternoon to speak to Bill 202, Alberta Personal Income Tax, Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act 2022. As I listened to the honourable member that brought forward this bill speak about the concerns of the sector, there's definitely a lot of areas of that I couldn't agree with more. We know that the nonprofit sector in Alberta is simply at a tipping point in our province. They're desperate for support, for resources, and for help. We know that this sector is essential to Alberta and to our communities. And we know that this sector is not getting these needs met by government funding. They're looking for areas to be funded such as poverty reduction, mental health, cultural and language support, and so many more areas. There's been a recent report that was completed by the Calgary Chamber of Voluntary Organizations, or CCVO, that's titled Too Essential to Fail. And this report is such an important piece of information as it lays out the current state of our charitable and nonprofit sector and the damage that has been done and will continue to be done if adequate supports are not provided. Basically, it maps out the sector and surveyed organizations across the province to get a comprehensive understanding of the state of the sector. Some really important insights, Madam Chair, that I would like to speak to that really stood out for me in the report. They're saying in the wake of the pandemic, they're facing higher demand, 68% increase, and higher complexity, 74% increase. So we know when we're talking to Albertans that needs right now are very high, and that the person or persons that are accessing services, nonprofits, charitable organizations, not only are there more people that are accessing these services, but their demands are more. So they're more complex. They might present with one or more needs, whereas perhaps prior to the pandemic, they could have surfaced with just one presenting area of concern. And now the nonprofits are reporting that there are much more complex needs that are being requested by the people that they serve. We know that our nonprofits are critical for our communities all across the province. They provide things like food provisions and basic needs. They provide settlement supports and senior supports, sports and rec, arts and culture, entrepreneurship, environmental, health, and so many more. This sector has also been incredibly damaging to women. We know that 78% of people employed in this sector are women. The sector employs 285,000 people in Alberta with a contribution of $5.5 billion to our GDP. When we talk about these numbers, 78% women, we've heard over and over and over that the pandemic has been incredibly difficult, and largely so to women. Yet we have a government that got rid of the status of women. Here we are talking about a proposed bill that 78% of the employees of this sector are women. And listening to the sector, we've heard that this government has not provided the supports that they need to be able to continue to give the services that so many Albertans rely on. So many have had to close their doors because they can't operate anymore. We've heard that another great concern in this sector is staff retention and recruitment, with more than 55% of the organizations identifying that as a concern. So while we're looking at this piece of legislation, yes, it's a step in the right direction, but it's not what the sector is asking for. The sector is asking for supports so that they can actually retain their staff and recruit. It's hard because there's an incredible inflation that's happening all across the province, which is creating rising costs. So it's hampering their ability to retain and attract workers. They simply don't want to put the rising costs onto clients. These are organizations that are putting Albertans first and foremost in their planning, in their services that they provide, and they're struggling. We know that supports since the onset of the pandemic have failed to address the sector, with less than 4% of the total funding of the Small Medium Enterprise Relaunch Grant, or SMERG, went to nonprofits. Approximately 7% of the total hires supported by the Jobs Now program went to nonprofits. The critical work benefit saw uneven distribution, and some nonprofit workers were deemed ineligible for this benefit, even though they provide the same services as for-profit and public providers. Programs that are designed to support the sector directly are inadequate, with funding requests to the Civil Society Fund totaling 22 times the available budget, with fewer than 1 in 10 applicants selected. So, if the member that proposed this piece of legislation, Bill 202, is speaking to organizations like CCVO or ECVO or Canadian Mental Health, he would hear that this is not the solution. Bill 202 is simply not the solution to what the sector needs. It's a positive change, and he mentioned, several organizations that would say that is a positive change, but this is not the solution that the sector needs. There are charities within the sector, but they account for a mere 30% of the organizations, Madam Chair. The current ask for the sector is immediate emergency funding, totaling $30 million for staff recruitment and retention. They are saying that these are vital, absolutely vital funds that they need to be able to continue to provide services and for them to be able to continue to support communities and Albertans that depend on these services. We know, Madam Speaker, that Albertans are struggling. We know that the cost of living is absolutely hammering Alberta families, and that so many Alberta families and individuals are reaching out to those nonprofit organizations, those charitable organizations. So the same argument that the member that introduced this is using as to why charitable donations are down is the same argument as to why individuals are accessing these services more. Having this piece of legislation is definitely a positive. It's a wonderful first step, but it is not what the sector needs right now. We've been hearing for years that this sector needs real supports, a real strategy that will help retention and help employees come to this sector. We're losing people. There's such a disconnect between being able to support Albertans in a meaningful way and this government. There's an opportunity here for all of the arguments that the member stated as to why this piece of legislation is needed. It would counter-argue why this government needs to actually provide support and financial backing to this sector. We have so many organizations that have come out that have been pleading with government. I would urge all members to read the report that was put out by CCVO to talk about what they're really asking, what the real needs of Albertans are at this time. I would say that we've heard loud and clear that this nonprofit sector is in a dire situation. And we know that there's so many services that have no longer been available for Albertans. And we cannot allow this to happen. These nonprofits are the space where so many Albertans turn to. This is their church organizations. These are thank you.
Are there others to join the debate in Committee of the Whole? Seeing none. Do I see none? Sorry, I was confused with the Honourable Member for Airdrie Cochrane running around over there, but I see the Honourable Member for Grant Prairie rising to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure this afternoon to rise and speak to Bill 202, the Alberta Personal Income Tax Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act. And first of all, I'd like to start off just by thanking the Honourable Member for Peace River for his thoughtful work in bringing this bill forward, particularly at a time like this, Madam Chair, when we're looking at rising costs and pressures on families and pressures on communities. I think it's really thoughtful to bring forward a bill like this to encourage those that can to give charitably and to create a financial incentive to do so. I think that it's a very timely piece of work and a timely offering. Bill 202 is actually quite simple, proposing to amend the Alberta Income Tax Act, making it more affordable for generous Albertans who already give to charity by amending the Act to increase the tax credit on the first $200 of charitable donations in each tax year. And we know, Madam Chair, that charities in Alberta play a vital role in our communities by providing essential services and supports to individuals and families in need. We know, and the data shows, the power of civil society to build and support community. We know that civil society is more effective than government in responding in real time to emerging community needs and to do more with less. They always have been and they always will be. And we saw that. We saw that through the pandemic, that civil society rose to the occasion in community after community across this province as needs emerged. And so I'll say again, Bill 202, I'm happy to support the bill. I think it's timely. I think an incentivization of charitable donation is always a good idea, quite frankly. Under this legislation, the non-refundable charitable tax credit will be raised from 10% to 60% for donations under $200. That's a significant difference, Madam Chair. And combined with the federal 15%, this would bring the tax credit in line with political donations at 75%. And I think that's important to note too. I think it's been a polarizing time in politics, and to level that playing field for charities, to have the same opportunity to be donated to, and for citizens of Alberta to be compensated for that on their tax return, I think it's a great idea. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, as an example, 2 out of every 5 Canadian charitable donors say their giving has dropped. So I'm hoping that this bill will be a small way for Albertans who are generally more charitable in their giving. I think Statistics Canada shows that Albertans give more than the average province. But this will be a way for us to raise those numbers back up again and to shift behavior. Habits form over time. And when you get out of the habit of donating, I think it's important to create an incentive for people to get back into the habit. Between the global pandemic and continuing inflation, our charitable organizations have struggled, to say the least, and I think other members in this chamber have spoken about that. And there's a variety of ways to support them. This certainly isn't the only way, but I think it's a creative way, and it's a simple way for our government to say, yes, we support the charities in our province, and we want to incentivize generous Albertans to think about giving to those charities. Given that individual Canadian donors gave about $10 billion to charities in 2018, decrease in giving that's been indicated in current surveys indicates billions in lost revenue for these organizations, and I'm hoping that this is one small way that our government and private members that are working on this bill can incentivize a shift in the other direction. Research from May of 2020 found that charities nationally were experiencing, on average, a 30.6% decline in revenue since the start of the pandemic. So I'm hoping a few things. I'm hoping that the pandemic is largely behind us. I'm really hopeful that that's the case. And I'm hoping that we will return to some habits of giving that are more consistent with pre-pandemic levels as a province and ultimately as a country. And I was just going to tell a little story. I love WestJet. I don't know how many people in this chamber know that, but I really love WestJet. And I think that sometimes companies like that are very cutting edge in terms of the way that they incentivize good behavior. And so I was delighted last night when I got my annual WestJet Christmas email, which I love also. And it was giving is receiving. And so they had this flight, a full flight of people, and the stewardess got on and told this really compelling story about her niece who was a child struggling with cancer. Very sad story. She did not win her battle with cancer, unfortunately. But what came out of that was a new charity and a way for other families to give to children struggling with cancer in their time of need. It was a very inspiring story. So what WestJet did is they gave, for every mile that the flight took, or for every kilometer, I guess I'll be Canadian about it, for every kilometer of the flight, they were giving $1 to charity. So each person on that flight got to fill out a little card with the charity of their choice, and WestJet donated in their name for the kilometers flown on that flight. So if I was flying from Grand Prairie to Edmonton, it's roughly 450 kilometers. If my flight was chosen, then WestJet would have given $450, excuse me, to the charity of my choice. And for that one flight, WestJet gave, I think, over $90,000 to charity. I just think that's remarkable. And looking at the joy on the people's faces who came off that plane, and the stories in this little video about why they chose the charities they did. They weren't expecting this. This was a total surprise to each person on that flight. What it meant to them in their communities, in their families, in their stories. I just thought it was brilliant, and it actually made me think about this bill. It's a small thing, but it gives people who may not have a lot an opportunity to give without it costing them as much, and it's meaningful to them. Each person coming off that WestJet flight talked with great passion about why they chose the charity they did and how excited they were to give back and to have some control over that. And I think anytime government can get out of the way and empower citizens to support civil society, it's a win. It's a win. So shifting these dollars from government to charities and donors strengthens civil society, and it supports taxpayers directing their dollars to the community supports that they believe address the needs of their community. And I think that's part of the power of this bill. This is giving the citizen the power to choose. And if that isn't enough, Mr. Speaker, we remember that the nonprofit or voluntary sector contributes $9.6 billion in revenues to the Alberta economy. Sorry, Madam Chair, I called you Mr. Speaker, I apologize. Not only that, but approximately 176,000 Albertans are employed in the sector. So I just really am supportive of this bill. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to it. I want to again thank the member for Peace River for his thoughtful work on this. And before I conclude, I just want to take an opportunity to thank all of the volunteers, all of the organizers, all of the donors from my constituency of Grand Prairie who give generously. Grand Prairie is a notoriously generous community, and I'm very, very proud to be a part of it. As a matter of fact, there's a fundraiser hosted by a famous Grand Prairie resident named Tennille Towns, and she regularly, annually, brings in between $500,000 and $1 million a year at this point to keep the Sunrise House open. It's a passion in the community, and she's been the spark to that passion. So I hope that this change, if passed, will be a spark for people to ignite their own passions in their own communities right across Alberta. And I want to thank those working in the nonprofit sector in Alberta and certainly in my community of Grand Prairie for all the important work they do to support their communities, particularly in a time of need. And I want to wish them all a Merry Christmas. So with that, Madam Chair, I will take my seat. Happy to support Bill 02. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and for a chance to say a few words about Bill 202, the Alberta Personal Income Tax Charitable Gifts Amendment Act, which I believe, in short, is changing the numbers by which you can apply for a return for a charitable gift and increasing that amount. And so categorically, Madam Chair, I think this is a good idea. Other speakers have already outlined how many of our nonprofits and charitable organizations are experiencing some tough times, right, which is a direct reflection of our economic circumstances, where average Albertans, in real terms, their incomes have been reduced over the last 4 years and more because of inflation and because of perhaps the lowest growth rate, or more like a stagnant growth rate in the country in terms of wages. In Alberta seems to be the #1 province for that, which is unfortunate. But so all of the things that are associated with our economy are made more stagnant too, as well, when you're not moving money into the hands of the majority of Albertans, right? There's a few Albertans that are making lots of money, but most are not. And so this is kind of our charitable tax regime is sort of an effect of that people have less money to donate, and so we try to create ways to incentivize people to make those donations. And so, I think that we are in support of this concept as well, but there's a couple of caveats, Madam Chair, that I think are very important to put on the table. And then the first of which, and it's a genuine concern, is that if we are giving a more generous tax return for people making donations, I hope in no way would this incentivize this UCP government to cut their contributions to our nonprofit sector. Because if that's the case, then I cannot support this bill at all. Like, if this is in any way a window or a chance to open up and I can see hand signals, that's great, that's good, I'm glad to hear that. And we just have to make sure that we're not just giving with one hand and taking away with the other. And I heard the honourable member from Grand Prairie, talk about government getting out of the way of corporations to donate. Well, I mean, that's not what we're doing here at all. And in fact, it's just important that we create a circumstance by which the people can make a donation. I mean, that's the government doing that job. And any change like this does not preclude our responsibility to those same nonprofits. We know that nonprofits, I believe, are contributing at least $5.5 billion to our gross domestic product here in Alberta. I heard the member from Grand Prairie mentioning $9 billion. I think that's a little bit high, but I mean, the point is still made that we have more than almost 300,000 people working in the nonprofit sector, and so I mean, this whole notion is a significant part of the overall province's economy, quite frankly. And then, of course, that's not to say anything about the tremendous services that the nonprofit and charitable sectors do supply as well. I mean, that's kind of the point of giving them charitable status and a tax status as well. You know, we have so many different social services being delivered to Albertans through this sector, and you know, now more than ever, we need to make sure that they are being supported. And so, I don't know, you know, if there's a way for us to formalize this, but I certainly will say it again, as my colleagues will emphatically, I'm sure, is that this change to charitable tax returns should not provide an excuse for provincial funding to the nonprofit sector. Right? Those two things cannot go together, and if they don't, then you know I'm feeling pretty good about this bill. Really, quite frankly, we know the other issue that I wanted to bring up, which is very important, is that we heard other people talking about getting people into the habit of donating and keeping them in the habit of donating. And so, I would suggest of this bill is to ensure that it's put out in the front window of our provincial communications that this change has taken place, so that people know that you donate $100 and you'll get $30 back in April when you file your tax returns, right? Or something like that, so that you make it a real, tangible thing. And then once you get people onto donating to a charity of their choice, then they'll be likely to continue to do so, often for the rest of their working lives. And so passing this bill and then putting quite an aggressive education campaign to Albertans about this new tax opportunity, I think really would make a difference. The third thing I wanted to mention is just, and again, I don't know exactly how this comes out in the wash, but for us to lobby the federal government to pursue a similar pattern of a more generous tax return for charitable donations from the federal CRA, okay? Again, that's a more significant part of our overall tax payments that we make every year to different levels of government. And so for the federal government to be similarly looking at a more generous deduction, I think it would be a great idea. So we could do this here and then use it as a signal to the federal government to make those changes for all Canadians, really. Because I bet whatever is happening with the nonprofit and charitable industry in Alberta is also happening in all the other provinces and territories too, right? And so that's always a good way to cooperate as part of a confederation, right? And, having those conversations with the federal government, I think is a good idea. So yeah, I mean, in sum, then I don't want to talk too long about this bill, because I know other people want to, but again, if I can just summarize, changing the tax deduction numbers is a good idea, but in no way should it be an excuse to reduce the provincial responsibility to nonprofits and charities that we have as a government. And number two, that once this does occur, that there's an education program so that Albertans can realize there's something to be taken advantage of here for this tax year. I don't know if it's possible to do it for this tax year, but ASAP. And then once you get people onto the notion of a generous tax return when they file in April, then they're more likely to create a whole new generation of donors that can help us. And then finally, to suggest that a similar change to the deductible numbers for donations from the federal government would be a nice notion to leverage this particular bill. So in sum, I'm quite supportive with those three suggestions. Constructive criticisms, of course, for the bill. So that's it. Thanks.
Calgary Fish Creek.
Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to rise and speak to Bill 202, the Alberta Personal Income Tax, Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act, which great thanks to the member for Priest River for bringing it to the House for debate and hopeful passage. Madam Chair, Albertans are generous and they're warm-hearted, and we've seen that so much in the past. And a moving force with respect to addressing the opportunities which community members have to support the charities and those great organizations that help to I guess, fulfill a broader scope in our community and sometimes to meet some of the needs that aren't met by government and other organizations. It's a great initiative to see that tax donations that are being increased for the under $200 amounts from 10% to 60%. Of course, with the federal applications to that, bringing that to a total of 75%, which also aligns with political tax credits, which I think is good. Politics and the charitable sector should be comparable, and people should be able to make the choices of where they direct their dollars. Madam Chair, we've seen in the past, I know that there has been a marked decline in charitable donations for a number of years, but I to maybe take people back to I think was one of the globe's greatest outpouring of support was during the 2004 tsunami, Indian Ocean tsunami, which I happen to have survived from and running from that wave. And coming back and doing some of my own charitable work through the Red Cross at the time. And as we know, not only did we get tax credits, but there was also contributions from government at that time, which we've seen through various things, including some of our support of relief efforts in Ukraine. But this is actually going to change the landscape, change the foundational tax credit for charities to go forward. And hopefully to encourage people to get back and to embrace that heart of giving, which we know Albertans are so proud of and I think so focused on supporting the vulnerable in our communities. But we can understand, the last 6 or 7 years have been tough from an economic perspective, from the pandemic perspective. Many people have lost their jobs, now are regaining those jobs gratefully, thanks to many actions of our government. But this is an opportunity for us to set a foundation which says to people, not only those with the disposable income to do so, but even those that want to plan giving as part of their day-to-day budgets. I think that this is an important opportunity for all Albertans, because I think we all try and teach our children that if there is an allowance or if they're earning money in the community or cutting lawns or whatever it is, to actually take a portion of that and budget that to give back to community, Madam Chair. And I think that that's important for us as a lesson to pass on to future generations. But now we've got, with this bill, we have an opportunity for that to be, I think, solidified into our tax system, that people understand that charitable giving is not only something that they should do and can do, and that when they're doing well, they can do more good, but that it actually can benefit them from a tax perspective at the same time, and that there's a net benefit to the community, a net benefit back to them as well, that supports them and encourages them to be more generous. So I think that these are things that we have to embrace, even as we face financial challenges. We know some people are struggling to meet ends, and hence much of the work we're doing on affordability within this particular session of our legislature. So I'd like to sort of take a look at some opportunities and maybe just localize it a little bit more, because I know even in my own constituency, we have some groups that have been struggling, but they work hard. And I'll use the Rotary Club of Calgary Fish Creek as an example. During this past summer, they raised over $15,000 to support other charities. As we know, the Rotary Club does. They take that money and they turn 100% and then sometimes more than that in volunteer hours back. They hosted a pub quiz, which saw an additional $2,000 donated to I Can for Kids. They've supported Home Space, which is an affordable housing provider in Calgary. They partnered with Home Space and other Rotary clubs in Calgary to raise over $72,000 to upgrade 8 family units of affordable housing. Recently, the clubs got together to pack boxes for Operation Christmas Child, bringing 125 smiles to children around the world, and hosting similar events in helping families, kids, and other local smaller charities. So here we have just a small organization. It's not one of the long-standing. It's a more recent formed Rotary Club that does some great work. That tax credit increase, I think, will help them to raise more funds in the future. Madam Chair, this morning I had a chance to do an announcement down at Fish Creek Park in my backyard, the namesake of my constituency, and the Friends of Fish Creek were there, and a new partnership has been created between them and the province in terms of some of the environmental work they do. But the beauty of that organization is they have over 200 regular volunteers, I think 13,000 hours of volunteering just this past year, and they do their own fundraising. So this will help organizations like that who work with us the civil society groups that bring forward their volunteer efforts, they bring forward their fundraising efforts, they bring forward expertise and knowledge, and they complement what we do as government, which is the way it should work. When we have the public sector and the private sector and the not-for-profit sector working together. I remember when I was in the corporate world, we went down, about 35 of us from the company I was with at the time, and we picked thistles out of the park. But we did it in cooperation with the Friends of Fish Creek, who needed to make sure that they had volunteers there to supervise us, who also had some staff members there to help us. So again, you have that partnership of the public sector, the not-for-profit sector, and the private sector coming together. Possibly the private sector can be in donations or in time from their staff to assist those groups. So those are the types of partnerships I think that we're empowering by this type of legislation, Madam Chair. And I thank again the member for Peace River for bringing this forward, because I think these are things we talk about all the time. How can we help people to be more generous in their communities? How can we help them to consider that giving back to their communities, or maybe it's to the province, or maybe it's a global cause that they can contribute to. So this will allow us, if we pass this and we do it right, and we bring it to the attention of Albertans and say to them, you know, you can be more generous and it's not going to cost you, you know, a net amount to you is going to be the same or less. Maybe you can give more generously than you have in the past. And as importantly, as I mentioned before, to teach future generations that giving should be part of when they're doing well or well enough to be able to do some good in the community by giving back. So, Madam Chair, I'd just like to encourage everybody in this House, in this chamber, to support Bill 202. And I'd like to again thank for the good work for the member and those that have spoken on this bill. I think that there's a common theme here, which is we have an opportunity to encourage the not-for-profit sector to work more closely, to develop their donor bases, and to encourage those donor bases to give more generously. Thank you.
There are others. The Honourable Member from Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll keep my comments brief because I do know that there are other members that are wishing to speak to this piece of legislation, Bill 202, Alberta's Personal Income Tax, Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act. Now, I appreciate all the comments that the members have been making in regards to looking at trying to encourage Albertans to continue to donate to different organizations within their local communities. One of the pieces that we've been hearing in consultation with many of the voluntary sectors is the concern around looking at having stable staffing and stable funding. Now, I recognize that the concern about, supporting nonprofits and charitable organizations and being able to fundraise is an important conversation to have. But we also know that donations that go to these organizations can be inconsistent. And so it is very difficult for organizations to create an annual budget to be able to provide those services, whether it be anything from mental health supports to local food banks, to culture or language supports, and a variety of other things that can look at that financial budget for the year and say, well, this is what we're going to be able to provide to our local communities. And then on top of that, be able to hopefully fundraise to expand our supports and our services to those local areas. Now, of course, fundraising is very important, and I don't disagree with that. But I think that as a government, we do have a responsibility to ensure that that base funding is continuously available so that we can make sure that these organizations know and are able to predict their future financial means. So, although I appreciate the intent of the Act that the member has put forward and being able to encourage Albertans to continue to support their local communities and charities, depending on whatever it is for them, but I would also like to hear from the government that there's also a commitment from the government to be able to support that base funding. Because as we know, the base funding is important. It does ensure that the services that are being provided by these organizations is consistent, and that they don't face the continuous concern about whether or not they're going to be able to function year over year over year. So, of course, what we've heard is that many of these organizations were significantly impacted over the last couple of years. Their demand for services increased during COVID. And they continue to increase as we hit the affordability crisis, with many individuals seeking supports for mental health, as well as looking at supports for, food costs and utility costs and things like that. So what we've been hearing is that many organizations within the sector are looking at ensuring that they have a total of $30 million for staff recruitment and retention. Because, of course, as we've heard, is that many of these organizations, although they do depend on volunteers, also need to ensure that they have consistent staffing to run those programs. And that it's not just 100% volunteer-based. You need that administrative component and those experts in the area to be able to provide that support. So although the intent of the bill is good, encouraging Albertans to engage and be part of their local communities is important, we need to ensure that those basic needs are still being met through those organizations. Of course, we need to be looking at settlement opportunities and senior supports. Many of these organizations offer sports and recreation opportunities for low-income families. They're also, supporting local entrepreneurs when it comes from multicultural communities. And so many of those services help build healthy communities and engage with those who may not have those opportunities in the same way as others. And so looking at the fact that in addition to that, we know that about 78% of the individuals that work in these local communities tend to be women, and that there's a substantial contribution to our GDP at about $5.5 billion annually. The return on the investment by the government to ensure that these programs continue to function and are funded appropriately is also part of this conversation. And so I look forward to seeing in the next provincial budget that funding will be made available so that there is consistency in the programs being offered. And then in addition and on top of that, we're able to see an increase in the donations that are being provided on behalf of Albertans that will help to expand the services that are already being provided. So again, I think the intention of the legislation is good, but I just want to ensure that the government is also acknowledging their responsibilities in ensuring that that base funding is still available so that organizations are not solely relying on those donations annually to run the basic programs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Beddington.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's my great pleasure to talk about this, speak on this Bill 202. If this is the one thing that my office hear about the time for my constituents in Calgary-Bennington, it's all about affordability. This is why I'm so pleased to speak today to support this as a Bill 2, the Inflation Relief Statutes Amendments Act. My constituents in Alberta are not only struggle to cover the inflation costs of the utility bills and grocery, but they also being forced to deal with the increases to the carbon tax, which is of course the NDP and their friends in Ottawa, Justin Trudeau and Jasmine Singh and support. Really sad to see that NDP support Ottawa over Alberta. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, under this UCP government, Alberta economy has a rebound from the NDP four-year disaster in office and the unprecedented worldwide pandemic. Because of the UCP government's discipline to hold the lines on the spending that is the last 4 years, we are now in a position where we can offer significant relief to Albertans at the time when they need it the most. Unlike the NDP, who would have keep its unsustainable and deficit spending and place a burden on our children and grandchildren and all the future generations. And we are, this government, helping Albertans. Mr. Speaker, under Bill 2, the Inflation Relief Statutes Amendments Act, this UCP government will provide over $2.8 billion in relief to Albertans to help them deal with this inflation and affordability crisis. For seniors, much of the times on the fixed income and the parents that struggle to pay the overboarded grocery bills right now, this UCP government will provide a total of 600 in 100 monthly installments for every senior and child under 18 in a household if that family earn under $180,000 per year. For Albertans, they struggles to pay their utility bill right now. There's a UCP government. We provide $200 more originally planned in the electricity that we pay from January to April in 2023, and bringing a total about $500. Albertans will also be protected from the price spike over the winter as the government of Alberta extended the natural gas rebate indefinitely. Our government will make the zero-interest loan available to providers to support the deferral, which is ensured that nobody is forced to pay more than 13.5 cents per kilowatt hours this winter. Mr. Speakers, this UCP government will also suspend the fuel tax by field for 13.6 cents per liter of a gas.
Sorry, honourable member. The honourable member has a point of order.
23B. Member so far is not speaking to the motion at hand. Completely irrelevant to what we are debating here. So.
The Honourable Deputy Premier.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is clearly not a point of order. Madam Chair, the member from Calgary is speaking on a matter that is relevant to the issues being debated. We are talking about a bill that talks about the need to provide to support charities across the province, and she is contrasting our record versus that of the NDP, and therefore, this is not a point of order, Madam Chair.
Well, members, it's that time of the afternoon. It's a good time to remind all members that we are on Bill 202 and should speak to the matter as such. Given that, I will ask the Honourable Member for Calgary-Beddington to continue with this caution in mind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this continues that from January to June 2023, regardless of the prices of oil, and it will remain in place afterwards, subject to the price of oil. And furthermore, under Bill 202, age, the Alberta Child and Family Benefits, income supports, and the Alberta Seniors Benefit will be indexed to inflation, increasing the payments to the most vulnerable by 6%. This will make the best social programs in the country ever better. Albertans know that we need to share our prosperity, and which is the most vulnerable, to make sure that we are all support. Under just the Alberta Child and Family Benefit indexation, a family with four children will receive an additional $307 in payment per year. With Bill 2, Madam Speaker, our government will also index the Alberta personal income tax.
Interrupt. Just a clarification, we're on Bill 202, not Bill 2. I'm wondering if you have some different notes there that might be more helpful to this debate. And or just a caution that we're on 202, not Bill 2. Please proceed.
Well, thank you. My apology. Let's just say Bill 202. Our government will also indexing the Alberta personal income tax to inflation retroactively to 2022. This means a significant amount of Albertans will receive the refund or owe a less tax after they file the income tax for these years. And on top of that, Madam Speaker, this will increase the amounts of Albertans that pay absolutely no provincial personal income tax. The number will rise by up to 95,000 Albertans to a total of about $1.3 million. Mr. Speaker, this support means that some of the most vulnerable Albertans right now we received several $1,000s in increasing the support in the next years alone. They need to decide they don't need to decide eating and stay warm anymore. Albertans will be able to do both. I know This support will make a huge difference for all of us, for all Albertans. And I applaud this government in making this the right choice to target this relief to those that need it the most. These are just some of the ways that this UCP government will help Albertans struggling to heat their homes and to fill their the tanks or to put the food on the table. And I only listen some of the actions that our government is taking. But more is being done to help Albertans across province. Madam Speaker, this is why I'm so proud to stand up today in support of Bill 202. The Inflation Relief Statutes Amendment Act.
To interrupt. Bill 202 is the Alberta Personal Income Tax, Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act 2022. One final reminder to speak to the bill or I will have to cut your time. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Remind me again. And anyways, I almost done to share my thought with you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Are there others to speak to the bill? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clearview.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'm proud to speak to Bill 202 about the Personal Income Tax Act, as opposed to the previous speech, which was a campaign platform speech, which had little relevance to this bill. Now, I'll keep my comments brief. I know that there are a lot of members in the chamber that also want to comment on this, and so I'm speaking to 202. I'm pretty confident that I'm speaking to 202. So we've heard from a number of charitable and voluntary organizations that they're in a situation that they're referring to as quite dire as far as the need for emergency or urgent funding in order to continue to operate. Now, the one piece that I will agree with from the previous speaker is that high inflation is causing additional challenges for our not-for-profit and charitable sectors. It is placing a larger burden on the services and supports that many of these organizations around the province offer. We also recognize, and I appreciate there's been some comment on the fact that many of these charitable organizations that lie outside of the two major urban centers are, for some communities, the only on-the-ground supports that community members can access. And so it's critical that they have the resources to be able to support their communities. Now, I am in favor of this bill. I appreciate where this is coming from as far as increasing the tax receipt portion that Albertans can get to try to incentivize Albertans to donate more. We know that Albertans are very generous, but this increase or change in the charitable tax receipt will hopefully translate into millions of more dollars from Albertans to charities that provide critical work. What I will say is that my caution and my concern is that the government will interpret this bill as replacing the core funding that charities and not-for-profits require to be able to function. And I do not support that notion, Madam Chair. There is an absolute responsibility that the government has to ensure that our charitable not-for-profit sector is adequately funded. This as a way to support or provide a tool for those charities to be able to generate more dollars to provide supports, especially in light of inflation. I think immediately of organizations that support families when it comes to direct support for food, for utilities, that those are going to be facing even higher costs. So the spirit of this bill and the intention of this bill, I strongly support. But again, not-for-profits have, and in order to fulfill their mandates, they need to be able to recruit and retain staff. And that's the crux of where they have come to the official opposition caucus, and I'm sure the government caucus has heard it as well, that they need some of that base funding in order to be able to hire. They cannot rely on donations to make their staffing budgets because every year there could be huge swings depending on the amount of donations that come in. And so my hope is that the government will not abandon their responsibility to this sector, that they will in fact fund them and increase funding, give them predictability, long-term commitments, and use this as a tool for these entities to enhance the dollars that they get on a year-by-year basis. With that, Madam Chair, I know other members are interested in speaking to this bill. I'm mindful of the clock, and I will take my seat.
The Honourable Member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Who can measure the value of compassion and generosity? And it's because of that that I really want to highlight the importance of the passing of Bill 202, which increases the tax exemption available on the first $200 of giving to Alberta nonprofits, your charities. It'll encourage people, new people to give that maybe haven't given in the past. Maybe it'll even encourage some not-for-profits to also obtain charitable status to strengthen them. But the important thing here is that I think all Albertans understand the value of compassion and generosity, charity if you want, in our communities so that we can continue to support one another through all the challenges of life. Civil society, in fact, is built on the free and independent action of individuals expressing their goodwill and their generosity to people around them, in their neighborhoods, in their communities. Just a brief story from my constituency, Lacombe-Panoka, a few weeks ago. The Lacombe Police Service hosted its charity check stop event, which is held every year during this time. Now, I know nobody likes to get stopped by the police, but if you get stopped by the police and have an opportunity to express your generosity and make a donation, that's an extremely valuable thing. So kudos to the police for stopping as many as they possibly can. You know, when the men and women of our police service spend their Saturday collecting donations of food and toys and money to give to multiple charities, ranging from Lacombe Food Bank to Big Brothers and Big Sisters, that is a good thing. Check Stop is just one of those examples among many of the value that charities provide to our communities. It brings people closer together, encouraging community building between individuals and institutions while supporting those in need. This generosity shown by my constituents is one of the reasons I'm standing here today in support of Bill 202. Contributions, though, charitable contributions, have been in decline for the last couple of years and have decreased even faster during the pandemic with the current affordability crisis. Despite of this, there's still a spirit of generosity amongst Albertans, but I really want to throw out a challenge to the constituents of Lacombe-Panoka, Black Falls, and the rural areas around by donating whatever you can to support your province and your people. I want to remind Lacombe-Panokans that in 2014, Lacombe was recognized by Canada Revenue Agency as the most generous community per capita of any city or town in the country, the most generous community in Canada. That was 2014. More recently, I just found an article from March of 2022 that Lacombe has slipped to third place. So my challenge to Lacombe-Panoka residents is we need to be back in first place. We need to find that same generosity. We need to return to the place where we are giving to our communities around us. That's my challenge to Lacombe-Panoka. A year from now, I want to see Revenue Canada report you as the most generous community in Canada, not just Alberta. And I dare any other constituency to match it. And just to reinforce that a little bit, I heard on the news this morning that wages generally across Canada from November of this year to November of last year are actually up 5%. So there's room there, my friends. I have to throw out a little bit of a statistic, though, to further raise the challenge. While we may have been number one and are now number 3, did you know that the percent of annual giving to annual income across Canada is 1.5%? It's not a very big number. it wouldn't hurt very many of us to give a little bit more, especially with a 5% average across the country, I understand, wage increase over the last year. And for those of you that are giving more than $200, I know this doesn't necessarily impact you, but my challenge to you there is, hey, this is your chance to make sure that the Laurentian Liberals in Ottawa get less, and you make sure it stays in your own community. Give to your local community rather than to the Liberals in Ottawa. So that's my challenge. We need to encourage this practice. We need to make it easier for people across the province to give so that they can get the help that's required, so that we can pay respectable wages to those who are working in these sectors. We need to make sure this all stays in our own local communities. That's what we need to be doing. And so that's why I'm supporting this bill. That's why I think it's a great idea. The people of our province who donate our time as volunteers and money as donors do have an outsized impact for people who need generosity and who today may receive it, but tomorrow may give. One day we give, one day we receive. This is why it's so important that we Albertans show our support for all the charities in our local communities by supporting Bill 202. Encouraging more Albertans to help these charities by increasing the tax incentive is one of the ways as a government that we are trying to help the not-for-profit and charitable sector. We introduced crowdfunding as a tool, free to use for them a while ago. There have been government matching donation programs. Oh, and by the way, I almost forgot to say, there are also many corporations where you may work that will match your donation as well. So while you may only give $200 and you'll get 75% of it back in your tax, if your corporation matches it, it becomes $400 or maybe even $600 in some cases. So it doesn't really even cost us that much. We just need to open up our hearts and learn the practice of being charitable and giving and generous and kind to one another. It will increase the revenue that charities receive, and it will help Albertans to be more generous than they've ever been before. From supporting seniors to newborns, from food to toys, everything in between, our not-for-profits and our charities constitute a pillar foundation in our society. And as conservatives, I am committed to making sure that we support the independent operation of nonprofits and charities, created really out of the passion and the hard work, the volunteerism, the donations of individual Albertans, I should say, all across our province, in every community, making their community a better place. That's what this is all about. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is important because it reduces taxes, it incentivizes generosity and compassionate society, it helps Albertans, and I can believe that it can be real support for our nonprofit and charitable sector. Any number of new donors that the passage of this bill creates is worth it. Every single dollar counts when it's committed to important causes like this. And I quite frankly think this should be a nonpartisan bill, a nonpartisan issue. We must support each other. Our society is built on community, and community means helping others in times of need. And so, Madam Speaker, I believe that by increasing the capacity of that independent action, the members of the House stand for principles of generosity and goodwill, and that's something that I think we can all and we should all support. There couldn't be a more timely moment as we enter the Christmas season. The holiday season seems like in our world these days, peace and goodwill are in short supply. We can change that a little bit today by the passing of this bill. So thank you, Madam Chair. It stands for good things, and I think we can all stand for that. So let's work together for the betterment of our province and our people, and thank you.
Are there others to speak to Bill 202? The Honourable Member for Drayton Valley, Devon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make a couple of comments here today to Bill 202. We're going to be very brief. The move towards reducing or allowing Albertans to be able to get a better break on their taxes when they give to a charity is going to be really important. And I know that in my community, where so much of the help that we give to those that are less fortunate are coming through private charities, is through a private charity, it's going to be important for us to be able to provide the incentive for Albertans to be able to do that. This will help things like the Warming Hearts in Drayton Valley. It'll help things like the Opportunity Homes. It'll help the Warming Center. It'll help the shelter pods that are in Drayton Valley that cater to about 100 homeless people. And so I would just like to stand and for a couple of minutes ask this House to consider Bill 202 and to support it. Thank you very much.
Are there others to speak to the bill? I will decide when the question is called. I will call the question. On Bill 202, the Alberta Personal Income Tax, Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act 2022. On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Any opposed? It's carried. On title and preamble, are you agreed? Any opposed? That is carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Any opposed? That is carried. The Honourable Deputy Premier to rise and report out of committee. Would you like to rise and report?
Yes, Madam Chair. I ask that we arise and report on Bill 202.
Having heard the motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. We shall now rise and report. Give it to Leela. 1, 2. There you go. Okay. What? For Chestermere Rockyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration a certain bill. The committee reports the following bill, Bill 202.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried.
Under Public Bills and Orders other than Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 203, Traffic Safety Excessive Speeding Penalties Amendment Act 2022. Mr. Tour.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Falcon Ridge.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise to move second reading of Bill 203, the Traffic Safety Excessive Speeding Penalties Amendment Act 2022. Madam Speaker, every day, Albertans across the province tragically lose their lives as a consequence of unsafe driving. Oftentimes, those who perish as a result of their own unsafe drivings are our youngest drivers, testing the limits of their vehicles in attempts to peer pressure or to impress their friends. This heartbreaking reality is something that we as elected officials should do more to prevent. Excessive high speeding is a criminal act that does not only endanger the drivers themselves, but all other Albertans who use the roadways where these crimes are being committed. In order to protect the people of this province from this needless, preventable traffic accidents, we must act. Therefore, I am pleased to introduce this bill. The proposed bill would strengthen the penalties in place for excessive speeding in Alberta so that would-be reckless drivers are more thoroughly deterred from endangering themselves and also others, while those who still violate the law are punished more severely. Alberta, quite frankly, is lagging behind other provinces when it comes to pursuing more severe penalties for excessive driving or speeding. Other provinces have rightfully strengthened their laws surrounding these crimes, and it is time for us to follow suit to help to prevent any more needless injuries or deaths. If passed, Bill 203 would increase the maximum fine for excessive speeding to $5,000 and introduce an automatic 7-day license suspension for anybody caught excessively speeding. Additionally, there would be an option of 7-day discretionary impound to be decided by law enforcement on a case-by-case basis. The time to implement these more severe penalties is now. In the past few months alone, There have been high-profile incidents both in Calgary and Edmonton. The two cities played the most excessive speeding and street racing that involve unavoidable accidents. 2 months ago, few Albertans were killed in a few vehicle crash that authorities believe to have been the result of a street race. Even more recently, last month I think, 2 vehicles crashed on the high-level bridge here in Edmonton, both of which were involved in a street race. The saddest thing about these crashes like these is that they are entirely avoidable. They are caused by reckless bravado, specifically amongst our youth, and my top priority as elected official is ensuring the safety of Albertans, and it is my conviction that passing this bill would greatly improve road safety in our provinces, especially in the residential areas. I'm proud to say that despite incidents like this, as I mentioned previously, still Alberta has the lowest fatality rate of any province. Most Albertans are committed to road safety as they know that acting responsibly on the road keeps us all safe. A notable exception to this rule involves those who excessively speed and others drive recklessly. It is so important that these people receive the punishment they deserve when they commit these crimes. Through mandatory license suspension and discretionary vehicle impounding, drivers who commit these needlessly dangerous acts will be prevented from doing so again in the immediate future. Their friends will hear about their fine and the suspension and will rethink twice before ever going 40K over the limit, especially in the city of Calgary and Edmonton. Deterrence is extremely important. Madam Speaker, it is much better if we prevent drivers from doing this in the first place, more than it is to get them a serious penalties. On top of this, the increased fines will further contribute to deterrence, so that these drivers will not act so dangerously again after their licenses and vehicles are returned to them. As stated earlier, this bill would bring Alberta's penalty for excessive speeding more into alignment with other provinces. Ontario's excessive speeding penalties are similar to the changes proposed by this bill. Additionally, these increased penalties have been requested by police chief associations, community associations, residents, and especially the people who live in so dense communities like Calgary Northeast. The implementation of similar penalties in Ontario has been seen the results. The number of people charged for committing these dangerous crimes increased, and the laws have given police in Ontario more options to make the streets safer. This problem has not gone unnoticed. Multiple city councillors in Calgary and Edmonton have noted the problem and need more options to deal with it. Those who have committed their lives to protecting Albertans in all areas of life, not just on the road, believe that increasing the severity of these penalties will improve road safety. When organizations like Police Chief Association make requests like this, I, as an elected official, do not take it lightly. According to research done by this association, the large portion of speeding drivers, 40% to be exact, are between ages of 16 and 24. Evidently, this same age group also has the highest traffic casualty rate of any age group. It's almost 80%. This same age demographic is also most likely to engage in excessive speeding, especially in residential areas. When these young people engage in excessive speeding, they endanger themselves and others. In their, I'll call it, silly attempts to impress their friends or peer pressure or show off, Albertans can be severely injured or even killed. These young drivers need to learn to respect the power they have been when they got behind the wheel. Without more severe penalties for act as dangerous as excessive speeding, these young people may continue to take these unnecessary risks. Parents would agree that oftentimes it is important to be strict with your children, especially when they are pursuing a course of action with consequences that they do not fully understand. If a young person is caught excessively speeding and receives the penalty outlined in this bill, they will be far less likely to commit these same acts again. Preventing the repetition of criminal behavior works to increase community safety and to prevent death or injury that may have occurred if the penalties were less severe. Preserving life and limb is the main motivation behind the bill. Taking every reasonable step we can keep Albertans safe is our top priority, and these penalties will increase public safety. If these penalties were not seen as effective, then their implementation would not have been called by, especially by the Chief Police Associations. By ensuring that the penalties surrounding excessive driving are proportional to the crime, all Albertans will be made safer. This includes young drivers who may be tempted towards recklessness, other drivers who expect.
Are there others to speak to the bill? The honourable member for Edmonton Decour. McClung. My apologies. McClung.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Pleasure to rise this afternoon, speak to Bill 203 as critic for Transportation, the Traffic Safety Excessive Speeding Penalties Amendment Act 2022. I would be hesitant, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, to suggest that the traffic safety issues that are caused by excessive speeding are anything but a significant concern to all Albertans. We've all experienced times on our Alberta highways when somebody has gone blowing by us at a crazy high speed, which scared the daylights out of ourselves and or our passengers. And we wondered, of course, what in the heck this individual might be thinking. Totally irresponsible behavior, Madam Speaker, that as the previous member, the mover of the private member's bill has suggested, brings upon great harm and injury to Albertans as a result of their risky behavior. However, the member who brought forward this piece of legislation as a general rule should be reminded that, of course, anytime we're looking at increasing consequences regarding punishment or deterrence for traffic infractions is something that we should be considering after, of course, consultations that have been done. So I'm wondering if indeed the member, he alluded to certain consultations, and they seem to be rather informal attempts at consulting with members of police forces and members of the public. But I'm just wondering, indeed, if there were municipalities that were involved. You mentioned quite often the City of Edmonton and City of Calgary as places where high-speed infractions were quite prevalent, street racing quite prevalent. Some high-profile incidents have occurred where injuries took place, unfortunately. So I'm wondering if indeed the member has spoken directly to the municipal authorities in Edmonton and Calgary about these proposed changes in enforcement to the bill that he proposes in Bill 203. Has the Rural Municipalities Association been formally consulted? Alberta municipalities, other large Alberta municipalities, have they had the opportunity to express themselves to the minister in a formal way rather than an ad hoc way it seems as though the member was describing. I wonder if the consultation took place, and I think it's important to have those talks with the people involved in administering the roadways and the speeds in their particular municipalities and jurisdictions. The Alberta Motor Association often will conduct studies and bring forth their public opinion about changes to legislation. Most recently, of course, they spoke about the blue lights on tow trucks and had some concerns about implementation there, and they were, of course, openly expressed them publicly. So I would like the member to really inform the House as to what formal consultations took place before he came forward with the bill, the private member's bill that he's promoting. Because, of course, public safety is everybody's concern, Madam Chair. We all want to minimize the carnage on our highways throughout the province. One of the most dangerous form of transportation, of course, is on our highways versus trains or versus buses or versus trains or aircraft, I should say. And we certainly want to minimize it, but there can be some unintended consequences, Madam Chair, to any legislation. And I think we see kind of a glaring example here in this piece of legislation when we talk about the people who might be captured by this increase in penalties for excessive speeding, who are traveling through what would be called transition zones, coming off an exit ramp from an Alberta highway. These are going to be divided highways, Madam Speaker, and entering into a lower speed zone to perhaps transition to another highway. And quite often, we don't know exactly what the lengths of those ramps transitioning from the highway speed, which is currently at 110, to the 80 kilometers or less area of speed that you might be going to get to the next highway. These are what we might call fishing holes, Madam Speaker. And Albertans, of course, are rightly concerned about photo radar and the use of it, and it's been called a cash cow by former Transportation Minister Mason when he was the minister in the NDP government. And so we want to avoid sort of replicating some things like that, where we use a transition zone as a means of capturing people who otherwise might not be breaking the law with any malice. They just didn't slow down in time to get on, onto the off-ramp and transition to the next highway that they were traveling to. So that may be an unintended consequence, Madam Speaker. And I don't bring this up just as a matter of bringing something out of thin air, because I have already mentioned in the House once about traveling in Australia, Madam Chair, driving a camper van down the east coast of Australia, and coming home to find in the mail some rather large speeding tickets, 2 of them, that happened in transition zones. I recall seeing the lights flash on a photo radar unit that was in a vehicle that was parked in that transition zone, and I certainly know and recall exactly those 2 incidents because I was making a normal effort to slow down, and before I knew it, I was barely off the main highway onto the roundabout or to the off-ramp, the cloverleaf, to get onto the next highway, and boom, the photo radar went off, and a ticket resulted twice. And luckily, they were reduced because I happened to be a visitor, but in the mail, the ticket that I got was like $750 for each infraction. So that would have been a significant amount of money. So we can capture tourists who are maybe not as familiar with our roadways innocently not slowing down quick enough on perhaps a short exit ramp from transitioning from the high-speed two-lane highway to a smaller highway, and end up with a ticket that will be super hefty and perhaps an immediate suspension of their license or impounding of their vehicle. So that's one of the situations off the top, Madam Speaker, that I'd like the member promoting this legislation to consider when looking at the sort of blanket application of new penalties and deterrents from individuals who would be speeding, especially at high excessive rates. Because I mean, the UCP members, Madam Chair, seem to be sort of at cross purposes on a couple of their pieces of legislation, particularly private members' bills, Madam Speaker. There seems to be a little confused about what the policy should be in relation to higher speeds on highways. They're driving, as one might say, in opposite directions on this. So the reason I say that, Madam Speaker, is that earlier in 2021, another private member brought forward a bill, Bill 213, that was, as I mentioned, in 2021, and it sought to actually increase highway speeds on Alberta's double highways, two-lane highways, from 110 kilometers an hour to 120 kilometers an hour, implying that perhaps speed wasn't a contributing factor to decreased public safety. And the member who brought that forward, member for Spruce Grove, kind of argued or implied that the higher speed would actually be an improvement to public safety because individuals were going that speed anyways, and they might as well just raise the speed limit. So that was in contrast to what we see here before us today, Madam Speaker, where Bill 203 is very clearly stating that, of course, speed contributes to higher danger on the highways and endangers public safety. And I wish the UCP members just might get it straight when they decide upon whether they're going to be suggesting speed injures and kills, or whether it actually harms the public and public safety. I think the public kind of gets it, but there is that element of confusion in the two pieces of legislation brought forward by private members regarding the impact of speeding on our highways. So that, as an aside, I think it's a pretty well accepted doctrine, Madam Speaker, that higher speeds contribute to higher rates of accidents.
Honourable member for Chestermere Rockview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have so much to say. It's going to be hard to say everything in 10 minutes. With the permission of the member from Calgary Falcon Ridge, I hope I can help to answer some of these questions. And I want to thank you very much for bringing this bill forward. We're not talking, Madam Speaker, about a 10-kilometer increase on the highway. We're talking about in excess of 40 kilometers an hour in an 80-kilometer zone. In fact, I believe, yes, on page 3 of the bill, subsection 15, Section 158 is amended, specifically speaking about the $5,000 fine if you're driving at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour over the maximum speed limit that is 80 kilometers an hour or less. We're not talking about a couple of kilometers here. This isn't a cash grab for speeding or for tourists that don't happen to understand the legislation. This is like excessive speeding. Excessive. Significantly different. Bill 213 that was brought forward by the member from Spruce Grove was talking about increasing the highway speeds by 10 kilometers an hour. And to the point that, I mean, I drive that highway pretty much every week like the rest of you. I'm fairly certain I don't stay at 110 kilometers consistently an hour on that highway, to be truthful. But I thought I would add my voice to this simply because, and I'm very grateful for this piece of legislation, this is about prevention. This $5,000 fine is added already onto fines that already exist. This is a higher fine. And as the member from Calgary Falcon Ridge was speaking about, this is actually about preventing deaths, Madam Speaker. This isn't a couple of kilometers over. And I would like to just address, because the member from Edmonton, McClung, was talking about fishing holes. I don't understand how 40 kilometers an hour over and 80 kilometers hours, or in any ways, is a fishing hole. That's not a fishing hole. It's criminal. And to that point, the deaths that happen, and the member had already relayed some of the numbers of the deaths that happen as a result of collisions. I want to give actually a few personal examples just to help illustrate why this legislation is necessary. And like I said, I just need to repeat, Madam Speaker, these aren't fishing holes. This isn't a cash grab. This is excessive speeding. So, for example, not only are we engaging in education about that, but you add alcohol and drugs to this whole scenario. And in fact, this excessive speeding and stunting happens when the roads are actually fairly empty. It happens between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning, and this is when the deaths are happening, and they're happening to our young people. I'm a parent of a 24 and a 26-year-old, and I remember when they got their driver's licenses how excited that they were. But having that conversation around, speeding, and this is a completely different conversation. We're looking at a 22.3% fatality amongst drivers that are traveling at these speeds. 22.3%. This is not a fishing hole, Madam Speaker. This is about prevention of death, and also making sure that we're engaging with the demographic that is actually finding themselves either. The folks that are involved in this excessive speeding, it's not only them. Their friends are dying. There's injury, criminality. Should they choose to do anything else in their lives and have these charges against them for the rest of their lives, particularly when they're young, could impact everything that they do in the future. I'm so grateful for this legislation to the member from Calgary-Falcon Ridge, because it's not only about the fine, it's actually about education. You cannot change anything if you don't have preventative measures in there to make sure that there are serious consequences for this behavior. In Chestermere, in fact, in my riding of Chestermere-Strathmore, there was a police officer monitoring speeds on Rage Road 284, which is just near actually where I live. And I don't know if the member remembers this, because we share some roads between the rural constituency that I'm in and the city constituency that he's in. And they caught a driver going double the limit, weaving in and out of traffic. So by the time that they were able to monitor the top speed of 205 kilometers per hour, the vehicle was actually tracked at 199 kilometers per hour when he was arrested and pulled over. Not a fishing hole, Madam Speaker. Serious speed violations. And fortunately, thank goodness, nobody was hurt in this, but Sergeant Bowman himself said traveling at these speeds is outrageous, and it not only shows a wanton disregard for their own safety, but other members of the public. And it could have ended extremely tragically. I was just speaking actually to a dear friend here in the legislature who was just telling me a story. He was called to a case where excessive speeding ended up with them hitting somebody at a traffic light. The car exploded, and the people inside that vehicle passed away from the fire. He was there, he was on the scene, he saw it. Not a fishing hole, not an accidental tourist, not a few kilometers over the speeding limit, excessive speed. Massive difference. And it's written in the legislation. And to the member again, thank you so much for clarity in this legislation. This is about a safety and a duty to care, but also about educating all of us about what our responsibilities are when we take a vehicle out on the road. Vehicles are weapons when used the wrong way. There are many opportunities whereby I don't think we realize when we get behind a vehicle what the amount of weight and metal and steel and power and speed that you have at your fingertips. I'm 52. I've been driving for a really, really long time. There's absolutely no way I could handle those levels of speed. And I've been driving for a really long time. And full disclosure, Madam Speaker, I'm a rural kid. Okay, I've been driving a truck since I was 12 out in a field and picking up rocks and doing it. Heaven, thank God there was no humans or anybody else other than gophers out in these fields, because I probably didn't have the capacity to do that. But that was the things that we did when we were younger, was hauling stuff around when we were working out on the farm. And out on those back roads, the gravel roads out in my area, holy moly, we could get our cars up to some pretty high speeds. But fortunately for us, and this happened when I was 17, no, I would have been 17, yeah. We were actually pulled over by a police officer in the rural areas by the RCMP because the fellow that I was with that day was driving in excessive speeds, and we were pulled over. And not only did he have a discussion with us, but we were actually the driver of the vehicle was forced to watch There was a movie back in the day that we used to have to watch when we were kids that showed what happened when there was excessive speed or bad driving or alcohol and drugs involved with all of this. And he was actually made to watch this movie to understand the consequences of his behavior should he actually impact somebody else, hit another vehicle, a curb, a side, anything. In my area, there's loose animals all the time, all sorts of livestock in the middle of the roads. If we don't start here where we have preventative measures, where we have the opportunity, losing $5,000 is nothing compared to losing your life or another person's life or having a criminal record. Every year we have so many people who are so excited to have passed their driver's licenses, and it's so exciting. But we have a responsibility to make sure that that independence doesn't lead us towards death and destruction also. We have a responsibility to make sure that folks are protected. According to the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, 40% of speeding drivers are in that young group. And as the member had said earlier, this isn't about pointing fingers at a particular demographic. This is the actual statistics. So what is it that we need to do to inspire change? Not only do we need to talk to our kids about the privilege they have about being out on the road. But if we want to keep them safe, we need to make sure that there's really heavy-duty consequences. And again, it's not meaning that it's just that demographic. It's not. There's lots of people who are doing this, but we are losing our youth. These are our future leaders. These are people that might end up in this house one day. We want to make sure that they're safe to be able to do that, but we also want to make sure that the laws of the land have severe enough consequences and penalties that hopefully it doesn't happen in the first place. I'm very, very proud of my friend, the member for Calgary-Falcon-Ridge, for bringing this forward and holding up that commitment. I know that you've been talking about a lot of other work that you're going to be doing along with consultation, particularly with the youth, along with this, because they need to know what it is that you're doing and you need to be able to hear from them, and I was really happy to hear about that. So thank you so much. I just would like to share a few numbers, Madam Speaker, with you as I have a few minutes left here. In 2019, 233 Albertans were killed and 15,364 were injured in traffic accidents. Out of 132,000 collisions, 120,000, 91% involved property damage, 11,700 had non-fatal injuries, and 215 died. Between 2015 and 2019, 80% of those fatalities were from those collisions. Thank you.
Are there others to speak to the bill? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and honored to rise and speak to Bill 203. Just a couple things that I do want to clarify with the members, and again, we're only in second reading, so these are more questions and comments than they are anything else. So I represent the Northeast, similar to the member opposite. Obviously, member opposite is the sponsor of the bill or the writer of the bill is in Calgary. I'm in Edmonton, but our areas are similar. Now, something that happens in my riding is that if you're coming off the Anthony Henday and onto Manning Freeway, it is 100 kilometers an hour on Anthony Henday. The minute you hit the exit to merge onto Manning Freeway, it drops to 70. So what my colleague was trying to explain is that that's a trap, right? Like, that is the concern in the context of if it was decided that photo enforcement sits there, which they do quite often, to be fair. They're there a lot because it's an immediate drop, right? Many people will get speeding tickets there often. Now, the problem is with this piece of legislation is that now, if they are not immediately hitting that 70 and right in there, they're on that cusp. So let's say that the speed limit's 100, but they were going 110, and they're slowing down to get into that 70 zone. If they don't do it immediately when they hit that exit, they would be in this category of excess speed. They would lose their vehicle, they would get a $5,000 fine, and all of the things would happen. So the question that I would have about that is, like, again, that's my intersection. I know that intersection quite well. I hear about it all the time. Is what is the protection from, what is protection for the Albertan in that specific zone where it becomes such an immediate drop? I appreciate that what the member is trying to get at is when we're looking at people who are, let's say, within the city of Edmonton, where the speed limit is 40 kilometers or 60 kilometers, which is also within my area, and people are going 120, and it's 60 kilometers an hour, but it's because they've come off the freeway, they've made a right-hand turn onto 167th, which is right there, there's no lights to slow them down, and they just whip right through. And as the member from Chestermere was saying, I do have, and I hear about it often from my Northeast Police Division, individuals who are at 3 o'clock in the morning or at 1 o'clock in the morning drag racing down 167th because there's no lights to slow everybody down. And they're going excessive, like 130, 140, and a 60. That is a fundamental problem. I don't disagree with what the member is saying. But to reinforce what my colleague was saying is that there are also these weird pockets in the city where this could potentially become a problem. And so the question is what is the protections around that? Now, the other piece that I'm curious about is that the Act as it currently is written actually speaks to 50 kilometers an hour, and the member has chosen to drop it to 40 kilometers an hour. I'm curious as to why the drop and why there isn't a consistency with 50 kilometers an hour of excessive speed. And the reason that I'm asking that is because if we look at what is currently drafted within the legislation, is that if a member, or sorry, an Albertan is getting a speeding ticket over 50 kilometers an hour, they automatically get a pink ticket. They automatically have a mandatory court appearance. And if they don't appear, a warrant can be out for their arrest, for failure to appear, and then six demerits will exist, and a possible license suspension, fines of in excess of $2,300. So that's consistently if you're going 50 kilometers an hour over the speed limit. So that's no different than a residential area or a highway, right? But what we're seeing within this piece of legislation is that as it's written now, it says if it's an 80 kilometer zone or less, and you're going 40 kilometers over, all of a sudden the fines go to $5,000, and there is an immediate seize of your vehicle and a couple other things. The struggle with that is that it's not consistent with how the Act currently reads. So you can be going down the Queen Elizabeth II Highway at like 180 and not have your vehicle seized, not have your vehicle seized, you won't get the same amount of fine, and, well, you still get the same demerits. Demerits are the consistent part within these two pieces of legislation. But they're inconsistent from highway driving to residential driving. And so, although, again, I do appreciate what the member is saying, I do think we have to figure out a way to address the fact that people are burning through residential zones. We see, like, I see people, I have a park right by my house. So the park is 30 kilometers an hour. And you see people whipping through there at like 60. Like, it's just, like, it's ridiculous. Kids are swinging on the swings and chasing balls, and next thing you know, someone's gonna get run over at the crosswalk. That is the problem, and I don't disagree with what the member is saying, that is a problem. But the question is how are we doing the enforcement? Because the reality of it is, in those school zones or those playgrounds, I don't actually see a lot of enforcement happening. I don't see my local department having a vehicle there every day enforcing what is going on. So how do you enforce this new piece? Like you can write the legislation and you can say these are the issues, but it's the enforcement component as well. And if the member is trying to address the issues in residential areas, we're worried about kids getting run over, all of those things. Like, I worry about that all the time. I have a school that is built in the worst intersection ever, where we've talked about lights and like all the things and speed bumps and like how do we slow people down, because the way our communities are built is they're just like these straight drag racing opportunities, because it's how do you get people in and out of their communities. So there is a planning and building of communities, that's kind of the conversation, and then the speed. But how do you reinforce it? Like, unless you're going to have a police officer sitting at these parks and these school zones every day, people are still going to be whipping through there because there isn't an issue or a consequence to those problems. So there's that piece. And I agree that there's not, maybe there isn't sufficient signage, right? City of Edmonton, the assumption is unless you see a sign that's marked a different speed, you should go 40. Well, when you're on a main freeway of a major avenue that runs east to west, people aren't going 40, and it's actually maybe a 60 zone, but you don't see a speed sign for like, you know, it could be like 20 blocks before there's like, oh, here's the speed zone for the day. So there's, I think, some of that conversation that needs to happen around the infrastructure piece. But my biggest concern is the inconsistency between the penalties of if I'm on a freeway and I'm going 180 and 120 zone, the only penalty I'm going to face is a pink slip that requires me to go to court, and if I don't show up, there will be a warrant, and the fact that the 6 demerits are the same, but that there may be a possible license suspension, and that the fine is $2,300 if you're on a highway. So if you're 80 kilometers or less and you're not following municipal rules, you actually have a significantly higher penalty. The issue is that both of those are bad driving skills, and both of those could cause fatalities, and both of those things are a problem, but it's inconsistent. So I guess my question to the member, and I'm happy to hear this as we move into committee of the whole, is there a way to align the legislations to ensure that the penalties are consistent between both, right? If you're on the highway, you get the same penalty as you would if you're a residential driver. But also, I do believe it is a bigger discussion around residential issues. I have a significant concern in my community about how they're widening one of my roads, that we have repeatedly had EPS officers arresting people going 130 down that avenue, and the city's decided to widen it because the traffic flow, there's so many new neighborhoods, there's so many people driving down it. Well, it's counterintuitive in a way, because if it's narrower, people have to naturally slow down, right? You have to slow. So yes, do people get annoyed because it takes forever to get down the Ave? Yeah. Is it safer? Probably, right? So what they are doing now, in fairness to the city, because we should be fair, is that they're putting lights now, but the lights are going to be like every 0.5 of a kilometer, so you're going to hit a light, and then you're going to hit another light, and then you're going to hit another light, and that's probably going to irritate people just as much as the narrowing of the road. And maybe, like, I'm not a city planner, so I should, be cautious around this, but
I'd like to air my road frustrations as well. I'm enjoying this debate for others to join. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Glenmore.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise today to speak to Bill 203, the Excessive Speeding Penalties Act, and I'd like to first of all thank the member from Calgary-Falcon Ridge for bringing this important issue to the chamber. Like many have spoken about today, including the member for Calgary-Falcon Ridge, many of us see every day or hear every day excessive speeding. And I guess that's one of the reasons I'm standing up to speak today, was because in my riding, we hear excessive speeding many, many, many times. And particularly in the summer and the spring and early fall, where my constituency is located, I have a lovely racetrack, actually. It consists of the Ring Road, and then it consists of 90th Avenue, then it consists of 24th Street, then it consists of Anderson Road. And, many do circuits on those roads. And I think, Madam Speaker, you may have been chatting with me on the phone one night when you heard that particular noise. It's that loud. And, it's annoying. Everybody will admit, you hear those mufflers, you hear the excessive speed, and it's really annoying. But I'll tell you what, as annoying as it is, I can't imagine being that family member who gets the phone call the night when the race goes wrong. Mm-hmm. And you get the phone call that your loved one is at the hospital or arrived at the hospital and has passed away. Sadly, too often, street racing is undertaken by younger people, and we know the statistics. We've heard all the statistics today. And, you know, we were all young once. We know how much we like to challenge our limits, you know, push the envelope, and that's all well and good until something goes wrong. And I know that there's a lot of folks who put a lot of time and money into perfecting their vehicles in order to undertake some of this street racing, but it's not a sport. And if it is a sport that someone wants to participate in, they need to go to a racetrack. But our roads and our neighborhoods are not racetracks. And unfortunately, there are those that undertake speed racing. They do treat it as some sort of a sport, and they put a lot of time and effort and money into it, and then they undertake it on our streets and on our highways. And I will say that the member from Edmonton Manning has raised a good point today about trying to understand how we can make the legislation consistent so that it is applicable on highways as well as roads. But in my riding, I will tell you, they literally do circuits from a highway onto city streets in my neighborhood, back onto a highway again. And so I am particularly interested in seeing if we can make it more consistent. But to say that we don't have racing within our city streets, we do. And sadly, you know, there's occasions, I am sure, where there are narrow misses of pedestrians, you know, maybe taking a little shortcut to the 7-Eleven in the middle of the night to cross the boulevard, and it's too late. So this is very much a safety concern. It's also about ensuring that those families out there don't lose a loved one. And honestly, I don't know how we get through to people other than making the penalties so stiff that they actually might pay attention. And perhaps that does mean having the vehicle towed away to an impound lot. Maybe that's what it takes. Sadly, I don't want to see it take a death or life-changing injury to convince somebody to stop street racing. So maybe that driver's license suspension that's going to keep you from going to work the next day. Maybe having the vehicle towed and impounded. Certainly $5,000 is a pretty big chunk of change for most people. Maybe that will help people understand that street racing is the wrong thing to do. But I think I think the intent of this legislation is very good. I think maybe the member will be willing to work on an amendment to help us align it for highway and street, city streets. But I will say this as well, to think that, you know, I know that for some, having an excessive speed ticket that results in potentially a record is very harmful for people. But if you're doing 40 over in a school zone when kids are present, I'm not sure. Maybe somebody needs to learn a lesson there. And I would hope that it wouldn't take too many instances of that before somebody understands. At any rate, I won't repeat much of what's been said today, except to say again, thank you to the member for Calgary-Falcon-Ridge, and I really do hope that we can ensure that we take some meaningful action to ensure that street racing comes to an end in this province, and certainly I would hope in my own riding. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Fermenton Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this bill, and I will be offering some cautions, but I want it clear on the outset that I will be supporting the bill because of the reasons that have been spoken about by so many people of the danger to members of our society, and particularly as we're learning young people in society who seem to be engaging in very dangerous behaviors such as stunting and racing on our city streets. So because of my concern for these young people, and well, for all of us, of course, for both the participants and the unintended victims that unfortunately are likely to happen at very, very high speeds, we certainly want to do what we can to limit the likelihood of these kind of things happening. I do have a couple of cautions around the bill, though, and it fits into the category of what I've often been concerned about with bills brought forward by the Conservative government, is that the bills too often do not dig deep enough into the issues that they're trying to address. We often get bills that do a small little piece towards something, but don't actually work on the structural underlying issues that need to be resolved in order for whatever we happen to be dealing with to be properly resolved. And I think this bill fits into that case. And I have some sympathy for that. I know that private members' bills are a different case than government bills. And so I know that all the resources are not necessarily available to create a bill with greater depth. But I still think it's one of the things we should be doing in this House is we should be encouraging depth in problem resolution whenever we possibly can. And so as such, I have some comments about this bill. And I guess the thing that's most important is this question of deterrence. I know that the member who moved this bill has indicated that there's a hope that if somebody gets this kind of a fine, that word will spread amongst their friends and family, and that will act as a deterrence from other people doing it. And I must say, I certainly hope that's true. I would love to see that happen. However, having been in the area of social sciences most of my life and being a researcher, I also know the research on deterrence. And the research on deterrence indicates that the severity of the punishment is not a particularly effective mechanism for reducing a behavior. And we know that generally true with regard to behaviors, that if you just keep upping the cost of engaging in the bad behavior, you don't actually tend to get, I mean, you certainly get some response, so don't let me limit it, but the amount that you get, amount of deterrence you get is considerably less than one might hope. And that we know, for example, that there are a few other things that are much more effective, and the likelihood of getting caught, for example, is often cited as something that is certainly demonstrated to have a greater deterrence effect, so that you can actually keep smalls fine if the likelihood of being caught rises dramatically. That's a problematic area in our society, and I know that when we put up speed traps, for example, people often object and say they're just cash cows, when really I generally support them because they really do increase the likelihood of being caught. And I think in this case, we haven't looked at that. What are some of the mechanisms that we can employ that will actually increase the likelihood of being caught? The other thing that we need to understand from a statistics point of view is that we have a distinctive, statistically significant aberration in the commission of this particular illegal activity, and that is, it is not equally committed by people across the age ranges and genders. That, in truth, what we're seeing is that young males are significantly more likely to be engaged in this kind of behavior, which tells us some important things here. It tells us that it is not the fine that's keeping the level of the fine that's allowing people to make the decision to engage in this type of behavior or not. That the distinctive characteristic that seems to be associated with the decision to engage in this kind of behavior is actually gender and age, rather than the level of the fine. And so therefore we should be looking at responses that understand that and respond to this by addressing what are the factors associated with gender and age that are are contributing to the decision to engage in this kind of behavior. And we know from some of the brain research that goes on that younger people tend to make more irrational decisions than older people. They don't have the experience. Their brain is not fully developed, and they may not even have the mechanisms for making those kind of decisions. And we know that males tend to also make more dangerous decisions than females. And so one of the things I would have liked to have seen in this act is something that attached to the government's attempts to reduce speeding and stunting by addressing the kinds of things that may be associated with those factors. So that would probably mean some kind of education or relationship process.
The honourable member, but time for consideration of this item of business has concluded.
Under motions other than government motions, motion other than government motion 502, Mr. Shepherd.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move motion 502. Be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly is of the view that the COVID-19 vaccines are prudent and necessary tools that allow the economy to open more fully in 2021, and the ongoing use of these vaccines supports public health and safety and the full operation of the economy and the education system. And be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly affirm its trust in the science-based research, including research and vaccine development here in Alberta, that led to the creation of COVID-19 vaccines and that has saved the lives of tens of thousands of Albertans, and reject claims that COVID-19 vaccines are bioweapons. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm guessing that there will be those who will claim that the motion I'm bringing forward today is divisive, that it's intended solely to play political games. Indeed, I wouldn't be surprised to see a government member rise and perhaps argue that shortly after I take my seat. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, there is good reason to question where members of this government, particularly the Premier, stand on the question of the COVID-19 vaccine. As noted by columnist Rob Breckenridge, shortly after the Premier declared that those who chose not to get vaccinated against COVID-19 were, and I quote, the most discriminated against group that I have ever witnessed in my lifetime. As Mr. Breckenridge noted, the Premier had not yet, and still has not yet, addressed any of her previous social media posts or statements on vaccination, which included false and dangerous claims like, I quote, the mRNAs had no obvious effect on COVID deaths, and many have actually increased deaths from other causes, end quote. In videos posted online, the Premier endorsed avowedly anti-vaccine groups like Vaccine Choice Canada, a group that has spread the discredited hypothesis that vaccinations cause autism and claimed that COVID-19 vaccines aren't necessary, as well as Taking Back Our Freedoms, whose board was advised by Paul Alexander, whose claim that the COVID-19 vaccine is a bioweapon is noted here in the motion before us because the Premier, at a forum during the recent by-election, stated her anonymous unknown group of medical advisors had invited Mr. Alexander for a consultation and that she was, I quote, interested in hearing what he had to say. So, Mr. Speaker, Albertans have good reason to question just where the Premier stands regarding the science of vaccination, particularly regarding the COVID-19 vaccine, and particularly given the current crisis in pediatric care as a wave of respiratory illness is sweeping through children in our province, leading to overwhelming pressure on children's hospitals in Edmonton and Calgary. This wave is driven by 3 respiratory viruses, influenza, COVID-19, and RSV, and for 2 of them, we have safe vaccines that are scientifically proven to be effective in protecting against and reducing the spread of illness. Now, unfortunately, the current rate of vaccination against influenza in Alberta is only just over 20.5%. And while children under 5 and seniors are 2 of the groups at highest risk of serious complications due to influenza, just 12.7% of children between the ages of 6 months and 4 years, and 57% of seniors have had their dose. The immunization target, Mr. Speaker, for both those groups is 80%. Now, clearly, we need leadership from public health. But sadly, we have none. And that, again, is due to the Premier's decision to leverage conspiracy and misinformation in her campaign to lead the UCP, targeting the boards of AHS and the College of Physicians and Surgeons and the former Chief Medical Officer of Health, accusing them of being lawless, blaming them for the damage done by the COVID-19 pandemic and this government's mismanagement of it. And that's what prompted former AHS board member Tony Dagnone, appointed and removed by this UCP government, to speak out regarding the Premier's, I quote, dangerous rhetoric, designed to, I quote, play to her misguided followers who rant against science and academic medicine, and who warned that if the Premier, I quote, persists vocalizing false conspiratorial and unfounded claims, she will be responsible for putting healthcare providers and Albertans needlessly in harm's way, end quote. And that is precisely the situation we face today as doctors, nurses, and other frontline staff at Alberta's children's hospitals are forced to beg this government to take real action to protect children in our province and ease the unprecedented pressure on the healthcare system. Actions including increased public messaging around the safety and efficacy of influenza and COVID-19 vaccines in children to create awareness of their importance in decreasing severe outcomes and hospitalization, as well as increased accessibility to vaccines, especially amongst marginalized populations by offering school vaccine clinics or mobile vaccine services. Increased messaging, Mr. Speaker, which I'm sure the minister will stand and say, indeed, we have increased our messaging, but let's be clear, these pediatricians, Mr. Speaker, spoke out last week. So unless the minister has done something striking between then and now, there is work to be done. Now, increased messaging, Mr. Speaker, is a simple ask that would be well within the purview and the mandate of the Chief Medical Officer of Health. But it's been 300 days since Albertans last saw a CMOH stand at a podium and speak to the province. And indeed, it's clear just how unseriously the Premier and the Health Minister take the role of the CMOH after they fired the previous individual. They chose to replace her with a volunteer who already holds another full-time job. A volunteer they seem studiously intent on keeping out of sight, allowing him only the occasional statement by letter and text. In the words of Dr. Paul Parks, seriously, while a tridemic is overflowing our EDs and hospitals and truly harming our children, does it make sense to place our CMOH role on the side of a desk of an already extremely busy physician with a full-time job already, and with no deputies to help? Because, of course, Mr. Speaker, the two deputy chief medical officers of health have resigned in the face of the challenge they face with this Premier. Dr. Parks goes on to say, and this is not a criticism of the person chosen, and indeed I am not criticizing Dr. Joffe, neither is Dr. Parks. He says, I don't think anybody could add the job to an already full-time position and be successful. What does this say about current priority for public health? Is it worse to pretend like this even seems reasonable? And indeed, Mr. Speaker, this government has spent more time and resources trying to promote their job-killing Sovereignty Act than they have encouraging and supporting Albertans to get vaccinated against viruses that are impacting tens of thousands of children across the province and crippling our pediatric healthcare system to the point that nurses were speaking of Black Sunday, a recent day when the Alberta Children's Hospital was so overwhelmed they were worried a child could die in the waiting room. Mr. Speaker, in jurisdictions around the world, it's become an annual tradition. Indeed, it has been here in Alberta. Celebrities, community leaders, political leaders, leaders of all stripes, they take a moment to take a picture of themselves either receiving or having just received the influenza vaccine. Or indeed, we saw during COVID, the COVID vaccine. They post it to social media. They talk about it to the press. It's a moment of celebration of the wonders of science and the importance of each doing our part to protect ourselves and others. I'm pretty sure every premier of our province, as well as ministers and MLAs, have done this for well over a decade, but this year. Our premier can't even muster a simple endorsement of flu vaccination in front of a microphone. She's refused to do so several times in this House. And as noted, she spread misinformation and doubt about mRNA vaccines, going so far as to travel to the U.S. to get the Johnson & Johnson viral vector vaccine. She spoke publicly about that, so it's not disclosing private information. And Mr. Speaker, when you undermine confidence in one vaccine, you undermine confidence in all of them, like the influenza vaccine. And indeed, we saw the Premier do exactly that at a press conference a few weeks ago. She was asked if she would recommend the influenza vaccine for children. She instead talked about, well, really it's only 50% effective, and hey, people are always going to get sick, so the important thing is just to make sure they can get Tylenol. So her record, Mr. Speaker, is clear. And with this motion, I'm providing the opportunity for each MLA in this House to make their own record clear and show whether they stand with science and for public health, whether they stand in support of our frontline healthcare workers, whether they stand against the growing scourge of deliberate, intentional misinformation and delusional conspiracy theory that threatens to continue to undermine our public healthcare system and the very principles of public health that allow our society and our economy to function. There is no prosperity, Mr. Speaker, without a commitment to science and robust public health. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage every member of this House to support this motion today. For the sake of the province, our healthcare system, our economic prospects, the health of the most vulnerable, and for the sake of our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motions other than government motions, 502, the Honourable Health Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for putting this motion forward. Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that vaccines have fundamentally changed the course of healthcare. They've been integral to the development of the field of public health from the start, because identifying the source of communicable diseases and how they're transmitted goes hand in hand with developing effective measures to stop transmission and help protect people from infection. Arguably, the biggest step forward came with the creation of the smallpox virus. And since then, one by one, the threats of tetanus, diphtheria, rubella, meningitis, measles, polio, influenza were all greatly diminished through the study and development of vaccines. And today, parents can choose to give their children routine childhood immunizations to protect against all these illnesses, along with the annual flu vaccine, Mr. Speaker. Vaccines have changed the course of human history several times over. They've contributed to the dramatic increase in life expectancy that we all take for granted today. Together with advances in sanitation and other areas of healthcare, especially care during pregnancy and care for newborn and infants. Here in Alberta today, immunization has an important role in public health, just as it does around the world. It is one of the most successful and cost-effective public health interventions we have, Mr. Speaker. And I've mentioned our children's routine immunization schedule, which helps protect them from childhood through to later in life. And our schedule begins as an infant and continues through the teenage years, given the importance. And these routine childhood shots have almost eliminated diphtheria and tetanus, just to take two examples. Mr. Speaker, simply put, vaccines work. They've served us well for decades, and they've shown their value again in the past 2 years in helping us manage through the COVID pandemic. COVID vaccines have worked to reduce the toll that the pandemic took on our families and our communities. And by making these vaccines available, we had another tool to help manage through the pandemic. And over the past 2 years, COVID vaccines were offered to the most vulnerable people first, but eventually to all Albertans aged 6 months and older. And we continue to offer COVID vaccines to Albertans, particularly as different forms of the vaccines are developed. And then we have continued to make them available to Albertans, and we will continue to do so. Because as you know, Mr. Speaker, today's COVID vaccines are not the same as the ones that were first available when they first came out over 2 years ago. And that is why it is important to continue researching and developing so that we can prepare for whatever future disease may hit us or as COVID evolves. And Alberta has tremendous research and health professionals, and we have a role to play in global efforts to get ready for the future. We also need to take matters into our own hands so that we are less reliant on companies and countries elsewhere. That's why just over a year ago, our government announced funding to grow our pharmaceutical and life sciences sector. We are investing up to $81 million to fund 4 vaccine and development projects right here in our province of Alberta. The impetus for this investment was our pandemic experience, and our support for science is real. Ultimately, though, vaccination is a personal choice. COVID vaccines are being made available by the Alberta government today, Mr. Speaker, and as a choice, and our government will continue to make vaccines to Albertans in the future. We will continue to support.
If the Honourable Minister would like to join in the debate, he's welcome to do so. Until then, the Minister of Health has the call.
We'll continue to support Albertans in making their choice to stay up to date on their vaccines, be it routine immunizations, COVID vaccines, or influenza, Mr. Speaker. And I'll step aside because I know just to respond to the honourable member across the way talking about flu vaccines. Mr. Speaker, right? We have been very supportive of flu vaccines. In fact, Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 weeks, we've increased the rate of flu vaccinations by 3.5%. We are in the middle of running a campaign, Mr. Speaker, here in this province to support vaccines and support Albertans in making the choice to get vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. And we will continue to do so as we are running a campaign on flu vaccines, so we can support not only Albertans in managing through the flu season, but also to support our tremendous job that our frontline workers are doing across our entire healthcare system, particularly in the Children's Hospital. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to come back to this particular motion. You know, our government have been making COVID vaccines available. We will continue to support Albertans in making their choice to get access to COVID vaccines, and we'll continue to make COVID vaccines available and supporting Albertans in making their choice. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask members of this House to support this motion.
Honourable members, are there others? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West, Henday.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise this evening, to speak to motion other than government motion 502, and happy to hear, from what I can tell from the minister, that at least the minister will be supporting this. We'll see how the Premier votes on this, Mr. Speaker. But again, just looking at what we see in this motion, I think that it's pretty straightforward in terms of understanding and reflecting on the fact that the COVID-19 vaccines are prudent and a necessary tool that allowed our economy to open more fully in 2021 and onwards, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, you know, without this, of course, this tool through this pandemic, we would have found ourselves in a much different situation. And I would argue that, you know, if we had the Premier that we have now, even as I reflect back, even though I had many concerns with the past one, I, again, might even find myself more worried if this current Premier was the Premier at the time. Just looking back on a few of the comments that have really undermined our public health system and our public health officials. Some comments from our current Premier, of course, looking back, a comment that was made, and eventually they came back and you know, after being proven wrong, they came back and apologized and deleted the comments that they had made. So thankful for that, I guess, Mr. Speaker. But the fact is, once you release these kind of statements into the public and again undermine our public health care system and our health research, science-based research, as is listed in this motion, it's really hard to come back from that. And again, the quote that I have before me, hydroxychloroquine cures 100% of coronavirus patients within 6 days of treatment. That was a comment that was made by our now Premier, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's truly disappointing. I don't think that we've seen much learning on the Premier's behalf when it comes to undermining science-based research and undermining the vaccine efficacy, and it's truly unfortunate. You know, further we also heard the current Premier talk about the use of ivermectin as a coronavirus or COVID-19 treatment. And again, another circumstance that continues to be unapproved, first of all, but you know, this idea of using ivermectin as a COVID-19 treatment has been discredited and debunked. And so now we find ourselves in a situation in the middle of flu season, of course, compounded with all of the other illnesses and diseases that we are dealing with, including COVID-19. And all the critic for health and all the NDP opposition has asked this Premier to do is simply make a statement saying that they believe in the efficacy of the flu vaccine, that Albertans should go out and get the flu vaccine. Now, the previous speaker, the minister, brought up the point around mandated vaccines. Nothing in this motion is pointing towards that, so it was interesting that the minister felt that necessary to bring forward. I thought that that was going to be followed by the minister saying that they didn't plan on supporting this motion, but thankfully that wasn't the case. And so again, I hope that we do see all government members, including the Premier, supporting this. Now, the other piece, of course, within this motion is rejecting claims that COVID-19 vaccines are bioweapons. Really goes back to the decisions that this Premier has made to invite certain conspiracy theorists to provide information, to provide guidance to this Premier and to this government in respect to Paul Alexander. And I think that it should be pretty straightforward that these are not the type of people that we should be expecting or looking to for medical guidance, medical information. Looking back at other, I believe it was during the leadership process of the current Premier and the UCP government, we saw this Premier again blaming both Alberta Health Services as well as the previous Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dina Hinshaw, for giving bad advice and execution through the pandemic. And of course that eventually led, when this Premier became the Premier, to firing that Chief Medical Officer of Health. And I think that the health critic laid out a very reasonable and clear timeline of what has happened since then, with the subsequent hiring of a voluntary chief medical officer, the resigning of the two deputies, and we find ourselves in a very unfortunate situation. But the fact is, with our last Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dina Hinshaw, we heard again and again that that position was there to provide advice to this government, and it was up to the government and this health minister to take that advice or to not take it. And I guess, Mr. Speaker, I can't necessarily claim to know, but it seemed in some circumstances that this government was not necessarily following the advice that was given to them, very likely going against many of the decisions that were made by that Chief Medical Officer of Health at the time. And so the fact is, the decisions that were made through that process lay squarely at the feet of this UCP government, lay squarely at the feet of this health minister. And so it's interesting, with all of the attacks that the Premier has done on our healthcare system and the previous decisions of politicians in this province and through them chief medical officers, that they decided to keep the same person in that role. And so I am interested to find out why, again, we have a Premier attacking those decisions, but not necessarily making changes to structures or designs that were in place at that time, and likely made some decisions that were not necessarily the best ones. Now, there's just so much to be said on this, Mr. Speaker. I, again, fully support the motion that has been brought forward. I thank the member from Edmonton City Centre and the critic within our caucus for health for bringing it forward. I think that it should be very easy for all members to support this motion, because at the end of the day, the effectiveness of vaccines through COVID-19 and through several flu seasons every single year, it is very clear that these vaccines are effective, that we should do everything in our power to not undermine the effectiveness of vaccines, that we should be doing everything in our power to encourage those to make the choice to get them. And so I think with that, Mr. Speaker, again, I would just thank the member for bringing those forward. I would encourage the Premier to stand up in this House and support this motion, speak to this motion, and further to that, make it very clear to the general public that they, as the Premier and as a citizen, believe in the efficacy of the flu vaccine, among other vaccines as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there others wishing to join in the debate? Seeing the honourable member for Calgary, Boular-McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a second, I thought that somebody from other side will speak, so I was willing to wait and hear them and then speak, but while I am now on my feet, I will speak to motion 502, proposed by the Honourable Member from Edmonton Centre, which essentially is asking this legislature and this government to say unequivocally that they trust in science-based research, including the research in development of vaccine, and reject the claims of conspiracy theorists that its vaccines are bioweapons. We do know that science has settled that vaccines are the most important way to keep Albertans healthy, in particular as the spread of respiratory illnesses is on the rise. And we are grateful to every Albertan over the period of last 2 years who stepped up to receive COVID-19 vaccine and played a role in ensuring that we remain open, our economy remains open, and Albertans, fellow Albertans, their neighbors remain healthy. And now that our health system is under the strain, in particular, the children's hospitals have seen a huge rise in workload because of respiratory illnesses, that we send a strong message to all Albertans that it's important that they receive vaccines and that vaccines do work. When we were going through COVID-19 pandemic, I remember that once former Premier Jason Kenney, he blamed people in Northeast Calgary for spreading COVID-19 without any basis whatsoever. And I think most people living in Northeast Calgary, living in my riding, were in kind of jobs that they were not able to do from home. They were mostly frontline people working in hospitals, working in retail, working in transportation, and the kind of jobs that you would not be able to do from home. And then Premier Kenney blamed them that they are spreading COVID-19, but which he never apologized for. But afterward, people in my riding, people in Northeast Calgary came together and they worked on making sure that people get vaccines. And now, as a result of that work, where many organizations, including AHS, were involved, Northeast Calgary has 99.9% vaccination rate. That's huge. And now, if they will hear from the Premier of this government that somehow vaccines are bioweapons, and instead of getting COVID-19 vaccine, they could have used hydroxychloroquine, that doesn't send a very good message. That is disrespectful to all those people who stepped up and got vaccine. So I do want to stress that the word we say, word people in position of power say, they do influence public opinion. And we should be very careful when we say such words. And not only that, in last week or so, while I was here in question period, Premier was asked more than 3 times, I believe, just to simply get up and encourage Albertan to get flu vaccine. And I think that was too much for Premier to say. Not once Premier got up and stated that simple fact. That vaccines are good, people should talk to their doctors and make that choice. Instead, Premier is saying that they won't defer to experts anymore. Also, when this government will bring in people like Paul Alexander, when this government will legitimize the work of people like Paul Alexander, a conspiracy theorist who have called vaccine a bioweapon, also that doesn't send a good message. So that's why it's important that this legislature votes in favor of this motion, which Minister of Health has indicated they will, so that Albertan can be assured that vaccines are effective, they save life, and Albertans should consider making that choice. And we should also condemn and oppose the misinformation spread by likes of Paul Alexander, who think vaccines are bioweapons. And it's also important that we send that message, because we do know that we have crisis in Children's Hospital. There are capacity issues in Lethbridge. In general, our hospital system are getting overwhelmed by respiratory illnesses. So passing this motion and urging Albertans to get vaccinated, get flu shots, will certainly be a step in the right direction. It will also help us deal with the workload that our hospitals are seeing, and focus more singularly on managing the crisis in healthcare. Thank you, and with that, I urge everyone in this House to support this motion. Use your circle of influence to urge Albertans to get flu shots. Use your influence, position of power to urge Albertans to seek expert advice, not politicians' advice, when they are in doubt about vaccines, and get vaccinated. That will certainly help us address some of the strain that we are seeing in our hospitals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there others? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Beverly, Clairview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today and speak to motion 502. I've got a number of comments that I want to make, Mr. Speaker. I think that the debate of this motion today is very important. I want to thank my colleague, the member for Edmonton City Centre, for bringing forward previous motions like this, bringing forward emergency debate resolutions that unfortunately in the past we've seen over the course of the past few weeks since the start of the fall sitting, the government refused to engage in emergency debate around things like the crisis of our healthcare system, the crisis of lack of medicine for our children, which, yes, I will acknowledge that the minister in this government has secured children's medicine to come into the province, which is greatly appreciated. However, that solution doesn't address the backlog of children's surgeries. The fact that we've seen staff in Calgary move from providing a critical service for children suffering unbelievable health issues who are terminal, moving over to support other children who are critically ill. That shouldn't be the case in a province like Alberta, a province as rich as ours, a province with a once incredible healthcare system, but that is under immense strain. Now, the reason for this motion, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, is because we've seen numerous examples where the Premier and leader of this province refuse to encourage Albertans to get their vaccinations. Now, I'll acknowledge that the Minister of Health has done that. I appreciate that he has done that for the past couple of years throughout the COVID pandemic, and now encouraging people to get their flu vaccine, which I will give a plug that, for those who don't understand how flu vaccines work, our healthcare system tries to, or our professionals try to anticipate the strain of the flu virus. Some years they get it bang on, some years they don't. This year, from what I've learned, is that our healthcare professionals have done an amazing job identifying the strain that is coming through. So all this to say, if you get your flu shot this year, it is going to be very effective against 4 different strains of flu that are going to pass through our province throughout this fall and winter. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that my 2-year-old daughter just got her flu shot 2 weeks ago and has both of her COVID shots. So the purpose behind this resolution, which we heard the Minister of Health stand up and acknowledge that he is encouraging members to vote in favor of it, and that, quite honestly, Mr. Speaker, was a bit of a surprise. It's very welcome news. I thank the Minister for his support on this motion. Having been in this chamber for quite some time, Mr. Speaker, as you're also well aware, it's rare that government will accept motions from the opposition and vice versa. So, it's very exciting when those moments happen, Mr. Speaker. But I appreciate the Minister of Health acknowledging this, and my hope is that the Premier will also acknowledge this. And so, some of my comments are going to be around the responsibility that we all have as the 87 Alberta legislators, that we are in a position of leadership, a position where the public does, some look up to us, but the public does often listen to our words and what we say. And, if we want to be, if we want to lead by example, if we want to be good role models, then we should be encouraging actions that will protect ourselves, our families, and our communities. And the Premier, being the chief spokesperson for the province of Alberta, should be encouraging Albertans to get their flu shot and to get their COVID vaccinations. I appreciate the fact that the Premier respects every Albertan's individual choice, but encouraging people to do something that's going to protect their communities, I believe is a responsibility of looking at the greater benefit, versus just thinking of ourselves as individuals and it's my choice and I'll do what I want. Yes, but let's use our positions of influence to better our province, to better our communities. And so I am hopeful. I will encourage all members to vote in favor of this motion. And I think this motion will also demonstrate to our frontline healthcare professionals something that they've been asking this government for. And I'll acknowledge that the previous premier encouraged Albertans to get their vaccinations standing in this chamber. Pardon me? Oh, right. Well, he even, offered $100 per jab. That's a good point. I forgot about that one, right? Well, regardless of that, the point is that there was an acknowledgement of his position and of the position of influence that we all have. And so I will take my seat momentarily here, Mr. Speaker, but my hope is that, one, our health critic will continue to hold the government to account, but continue to press the Premier to use her position as Premier to influence Albertans to protect themselves, their families, and their communities. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I will take my chair and encourage all members of the chamber to vote in favor of this motion and to go out, get vaccinated. Let's protect Albertans, let's protect our economy, and do what's right.
Honourable members, motions other than government motions, 502. Are there others? Seeing none, I am prepared to call on the honourable member to close debate. The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to close debate on my motion, calling for the Assembly to affirm its trust in the science-based research, including research and vaccine development here in Alberta that led to the COVID-19 vaccine, acknowledging that it has saved the lives of tens of thousands of Albertans, and reject claims that that COVID-19 vaccine in any way is a bioweapon. I appreciated the response from the Minister of Health, the lone response from any government member towards this motion. But I do appreciate that he recognized the history and the importance of vaccines, that he recognized that they are indeed life-saving. That includes all vaccines up to and including the COVID-19 vaccine, that he does not share the skepticism, outright misinformation that at times has been shared by the Premier. So I appreciate that we have that in the Health Minister's office and that indeed that is a perspective he brings. He spoke of this government's continued work on an influenza vaccine campaign, noted they've increased by 3.5% the number of vaccinations. That indeed is a good thing. They're in the middle of a campaign. But again, Mr. Speaker, I would note it was only 4 days ago the entire AMA section of pediatrics called on this government to do more. And this has been a consistent pattern throughout the COVID-19 pandemic up until now, that this government chooses to act last, act least, be somewhat, shall we say, less than full-throated at many times in its promotion of vaccination, walking a very careful line under the previous Premier and even more so under the current Premier, who again has chosen to court communities that spread outright disinformation and indeed use them to propel her into the position that she holds today. That is clear on the record, and I outlined it clearly. I recognize that the government is making vaccines available, and certainly the Deputy Premier was very vocal in pointing out that it is an individual's choice. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is an individual's choice. And we should be encouraging people to make that choice, not discouraging and spreading misinformation. Now, I did note that at a time this Deputy Premier came out and said that in terms of many of the public health measures that were brought forward, they were never about science, but about political control and power. He thanked all those citizens' freedom convoys who had the courage to mobilize against what he called tyrannical policies. So, Mr. Speaker, when we use that kind of politically charged rhetoric, we are tainting the choice people have the opportunity to make. And let me remind this minister, this Deputy Premier, that his government held a 2-year, $3.5 million inquiry into anti-Alberta energy campaigns, claiming that there was disinformation about the oil industry. That is something that they thought was worthwhile to combat disinformation on. Of course, that report found that the organizations and individuals involved, in fact, had done nothing wrong. They just exercised their personal choice, their free speech, and did not spread misinformation. But the government insisted on spending Albertans' time and money and a great deal of political hot air on combating that. But yet, because they claimed it hurt our economic interests and our reputation, Mr. Speaker, the kind of disinformation that's been supported by this Premier, that the Deputy Premier chose to skate up to in his tweet, that harms our economic interests, that hurts Alberta's reputation. So they will stand and they will vote for this today, and I'm glad to see that, to help repair some of the damage that they have done and that they continue to do as this Premier continues to undermine public health in the province of Alberta. The Health Minister continues to support her in doing so. The Premier was very clear during her leadership campaign why she was firing the Chief Medical Officer of Health, the board of AHS, and we will see about the board of the College of Physicians and Surgeons. It's because she said they were lawless during the pandemic. It had nothing to do with improving the healthcare system. It had to do with her political objectives and catering to a particular base. She said it, it's on the record. So, we have this motion today. I'm glad to see the government will support it. Perhaps this will help. And indeed, I hope to see that the Premier will stand and will give full-throated support to vaccination against influenza for children, indeed for adults, for seniors in the province of Alberta, and that we will see this government take the action that is being called for to help address the very serious crisis in our healthcare system, particularly in terms of pediatric care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre has closed debate and moved motions other than government motions 502. All those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honorable members, a division has been called on motion other than government motions. 502. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Copping, the Honourable Mr. Madhu, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. Luan, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, the Honourable Mr. Jones, Mr. Tour, Mr. Godfrey, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, the Honourable Ms. Pond, Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Yassin, Mr. Rosewell, the Honourable Mr. Panda, the Honourable Mr. Orr, Mr. Shepherd, the Honourable Mr. Sabier, Ms. Goring, the Honourable Mr. Agan, Member Carson, the Honourable Mr. Billis, and the Honourable Mr. Fian.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 25, total against nil.
Are there any opposed? That motion is carried and so ordered. Pursuant to Standing Order 4-8, the House stands adjourned until 7:30 p.m.
I'll see you.